Chapter 1868. As long as the core was still there, the relic of origins would exist. It did not matter how big the shell was as long as it took some time and energy to rebuild it. It was similar to an energy life form. It looked like it had been destroyed, but in fact, it was just going through a disintegrating exile. As long as the consciousness, soul, and remnant of the soul still existed, there would be a day when it could recover from the disintegration. It would take a lot of effort to get rid of these three parts of the energy life form. Similarly, it would take half of one's life to completely collapse the structural principles of the relic of origins. Everyone knew that as long as the ball in front of them did not explode, the Temple of Origins could still be rebuilt. But when they saw the Temple of Origins being set ablaze like fireworks with a bang, they felt a little distressed and had difficulty breathing. After the heartache, they still had to pay attention to the situation in front of them. While they were busy feeling heartache, yin-washing had been working for a while. Now, the ball wrapped in chains was encased in a larger ball. It looked like a matryoshka doll. The shell of a new ball was made of origin energy and origin laws, and it was also stained with 70 to 80 kinds of origin divine runes. The dense divine runes, the chaotic origin energy, and origin laws made everyone's eyes widen. Although the heavenly god of origin and the things related to them were all good things, when these three axes were smashed, could the structural core of the Temple of Origin withstand this kind of power? I haven't started yet. In the face of everyone's worried questions, yin-washing blinked. Aren't I busy strengthening it? Well, this layer is used to strengthen it and also to amplify the energy output of the structural core. I'll start the various changes later. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't even tell if he was crazy or heartless. Since the moment he touched the energy source, he had already decided not to be a human anymore. Let him play by himself. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they continued to watch, they could only say things like, "Are you a god or a demon? What the hell? Oomph. You're crazy," and so on. It was better for them to sit at the side and make mud. After they were done, they still had to put together the Fortress of Origin. It was too troublesome. Jing Yuanji saw that Lord Hui and the others were frustrated and could not help but laugh dryly. She stood on the spot and looked at Lord Feng a few more times. Then she left the observer dimension with the 11 world groups here. She had to hurry up and arrange this part of the world groups. The Void Patrol team would be too busy. Siyu and Feng Qingwang were the only two girls who were still enjoying themselves. They watched whatever yin-washing did as they pleased. They sat aside and pinched the world light orb. After pinching for a while, they would raise their heads and look at it for a while. The others all looked inexplicably hurt, which seemed to be mental trauma. At this moment, Lien Hui was hit on the head so hard that he held back his temper. He didn't play with the world light orb perfunctorily and sneaked away. It should be about time. Yin-washing clapped his hands and nodded as he looked at the protective layer that had been melted. Siyu and Feng Qingwang saw that yin-washing had finished this phase. They craned their necks and looked at yin-washing. Siyu held yin-washing's arm and asked, "What's next? What's the next step?" The next step is still to use the power of the rules to shape it. But based on the immature rules of origin that I can use, I don't think the extent of improvement is too big. Yin-washing frowned and rubbed her hands as she calculated. Based on my initial plan, the first method is to not make any other changes and only strengthen part of the power of the rules and order. This will only increase the power of the Temple of Origin and strengthen it once. But I'm worried that it will not be enough. She turned her head and looked at the red and black energy source floating beside her. It will not be enough for it to replicate the energy source. This is a problem of the level of the rules. Siyu asked, "What about the second method?" "I'm still working on the second method." Yin-washing narrowed his eyes and deliberated for a moment, as if he himself found it difficult to explain the second method. Reshape it with the origin energy and rules of the origin relic, but the result would be something new. The new temple would have almost no resemblance to the original Temple of Origin, be it in terms of appearance or performance. Of course, the functions that support the realm of order would still be there, and those basic functions of the foundation would not change. But after the change, its nature would change, and it might become more offensive or defensive. More adjustments will be made to the front line of the void, but in my personal opinion, it would definitely be more offensive. Hui and the others who were listening attentively shuddered and almost squeezed the mud in their hands. Everyone's face darkened. What a guy, what a guy. It was not enough to have one fortress of origin to break through enemy lines, but to drag the entire front line of the void into a charge. Imagine the scene. A 10,000-mile-long fortress charging in front, with countless temples of origin in all four directions, charging in the shape of an arrowhead and crushing the void into pieces. Hiss, why does it sound so cool? No. It doesn't sound good. The group swarmed forward, with Hui staring at Maple with a weird expression. It's fine if it's just strengthening, but you're also planning to build a new temple of origin? I don't think it's a wise move to trigger the structural core. The risk is too great, and we can't just move over 1,000 temples of origin and blow them up. Jing Yunyun hurriedly said. It was fine to use one temple of origin as a test subject since, as mentioned, there was still the fortress of origin. Even if one temple of origin was blown up, there was still one more that could replace it, but 1 in 10,000, although I don't know what you're worried about. Yin Nuashing was startled by everyone's collective stares and scratched her head. Actually, there's no need to worry at all. First of all, when I used the creation sanctum to strip the structural core of the temples of origin, I already had it record the structural core. Not long ago, about 10 minutes ago, it was confirmed that the recording was complete, and I can start building a new temple of origin at any time. It won't take much effort, and I can make one in less than 2 days. The temples of origin can't replicate themselves, but the creation sanctum can create one on its own. I didn't plan to do that just now, so I didn't say anything. Everyone was speechless. No wonder this guy was talking about lunatics. It turned out that he was completely unscrupulous and had no worries. He would naturally go all out and demolish the temples of origin without hesitation. After all, there would be replacements if something went wrong. That's right, it's just that it sounds weird. Would the temples of origin on the front line of the void be demolished? Secondly, I don't plan to touch the structural core of the temples of origin. The risk is a small matter, and I'll just replace it if it's gone. The main thing is that we really can't change the structural core, even if I borrow the power of the relic of origin to change it in my current form. I want to adjust and strengthen the structural core as a whole without changing it. He scratched his head and asked, can it be like that? Yin Nuashing crossed his arms and frowned, thinking about how to explain this troublesome but actually very normal thing to them. After a while, he glanced to the side and saw Si Yu and Feng Qing Wang, and suddenly understood. Clothes make the man. Just think of it as changing the appearance of the temples of origin. It looks completely different, but in fact it retains its original state and has additional functions. Do you understand now? Everyone nodded. Jingyan scratched his head and asked, can it be done like that? Then why didn't anyone do it in our time? Of course, it's because you guys didn't want to demolish the temples of origin, and you guys didn't dare to dictate the creation of the heavenly god of origin. Yin Nuashing shrugged and rolled his eyes. Jing Yun, Sui Feng, and the others shrank their heads and laughed dryly. After all, it was the heavenly god of origin's creation. How would they dare to touch it? It was already good enough that they could use it. When they were not using it, they would just worship it. Seeing someone demolish the relic of origin, well, it was the first time. Moreover, this is not something that can be done under normal circumstances. Like I said, to use the relic of origin to modify it, it's almost like using the power of the heavenly god of origin to modify it. Then, there's a very interesting problem. Yin Nuashing spread his arms and shrugged exaggeratedly. The temples of origin were created and used by the heavenly god of origin to cater to the conditions of the other beings of order. However, the lower beings of order, well, let's put aside the question of whether they would dare to modify it. Let's talk about the essence. Even the high-tier primeval only knew how to create and use the temples of origin. If they wanted to modify it, They would not be able to do it without the power of origin and the laws of origin. They would not be able to strengthen the temples of origin. To do that, the heavenly God of origin had to do it himself. However, to the heavenly God of origin and the other primeval gods, the temples of origin were only created to cater to the general level of the beings of order. They have their own means to deal with the power of chaos, so they do not need the temples of origin. Just look at the staff of origin and the fortress of origin. They are not creations of the same level as the temples of origin. They could even create creations of order that are 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times more powerful than the temples of origin. Therefore, the mid-tier nodes like the temples of origin were in an awkward position. They were not as good as the fortress of origin. The heavenly God of origin did not pay much attention to them and would not spend the effort to modify them. Or perhaps they did not have the time to do so. As for the lower tier, the beings of order could not touch it. Just like that, the Origin Divine Palace was shelved for dozens of eras, but it remained the same. Jing Yinyan's face twitched as she heard that. She covered her face and turned her head away. There was no way to refute that. The heavenly God of origin was the ultimate divine being in the eyes of the beings of order. They were the origin of order, which was why they did not dare to have such treacherous thoughts. That was the first obstacle. As for the second, they did not have the means to modify the creations of the heavenly God of origin. They did not even dare to think about it. What I'm doing now is merely borrowing their own power to modify their own creations. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand to bring everyone back to reality. However, since it is borrowed power, I can only modify the creations of the inferior. If you want me to directly destroy the fortress of origin, that will be a little difficult. I don't think I can do that. Let's put the matter of the fortress of origin aside for now. Let me deal with the temples of origin first. The light of primordial light pierced through this space and descended here. Along with the light of primordial light, a star system hidden in the light appeared. Everyone raised their heads to look at the star system that descended along with the light of primordial light. They were not surprised at all. When Yin Nuoxing mentioned that they wanted to use the origin heavenly god's own power, they had already thought about it. Currently, in the Order Void, there was no origin relic that was closer to them than the origin continent's world core. The origin heavenly god had spent a lot of effort to create the origin continent, and the origin continent's world core was also condensed from their efforts. After summoning the original light and the world core of the continent of origin, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. She crossed her arms and looked at the ball that was tightly bound by things in front of her. So what should we do next? Everyone was speechless. She still felt that it was very dangerous. If she did not hear that the temples of origin could be created by the Creator Saint, they might have rushed up to her and dragged her down. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. As for this kind of targeted enhancement, I'm not too sure about the characteristics of the powers of the 147 heavenly gods of origin. I just applied a layer of enhancement, so there is no need to fuss over it. Now, what we need is a targeted enhancement. If I only use her power to enhance all aspects. She turned to look at the shocked faces of the people who were shaking their heads so hard that their faces twitched. Your expressions tell me that you don't want a temples of destruction that only knows how to charge and destroy. This part needs to be discussed. In that case, Sui Feng took the opportunity to speak and quickly shook off the sweat on his forehead. Should I call everyone over? Everyone knows their own powers better than anyone else. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to nod, Siyu suddenly tugged at his arm to attract his attention. As soon as he turned his head, he heard the little girl say, Aya, there's no need to waste so much effort. The Origin Shrine is guarding in all directions anyway. Based on the current frontline defense, every node is not particularly easy to take care of. In that case, wouldn't it be fine to imprint all the power of the Origin Heavenly God? It will improve all aspects and solve all the problems in one go. This time, everyone, including Yin Nuoxing, was stunned and their jaws were dislocated. Everyone, no, this is too scary. This is not as simple as adding 1 + 1 until 147. He definitely can't do it. Don't make it difficult for him. Yin Nuoxing, little girl, are you trying to tire me to death? Do you know how much effort it takes to put each one on? Everyone. Hum, hum, hum. Was this a tacit admission that it could actually be done? Seeing everyone's shocked and horrified expressions, Yin Nuoxing shrugged. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that, sigh, it's too exhausting. I originally planned to make a dozen or so mixed temples of origin, then mass-produce them and distribute them evenly throughout the entire Void frontline. Or I could just make a few temples of origin at the same node to complement each other. Everyone, all right, this initial plan had just been proposed, but this little girl's words had already led them astray. Gradually, it became more and more insane. If I really want to, it's not impossible to throw in all of the origin energy. I have to calculate the time. After all, the finished product of the temples of origin is related to the replication of the energy source, so it can't be delayed for too long. The time it takes for the creation temple to create the temples of origin also needs to be measured. This will also change according to the changes I make to the temples of origin. Yin Nuoxing held the Book of the Era and smashed her head into it. After a while, she raised her head. Her eyes had a gorgeous luster, which was very demonic. He took the time to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He tilted his head slightly and whispered, "Let's bet on a world group. In the end, Phone will definitely say there's not much difference. Whatever, let's just go through it all." Sway Phone was sweating profusely. Will there really be no problem? It's not good to put all of the origin energy together, right? Brother Lay rolled his eyes. Can't you see that little Brother Phone is still alive and kicking? He has 196 types of origin energy, and I don't see any accidents happening to him. He's as energetic as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. If he punches us, our heads will explode. The sweat on everyone's faces turned into a waterfall, soaking their bodies. Jingyan crossed her arms and pondered for a long time. Then, she whispered, "I think little brother will be more rational. Since the time the creation sacred sanctuary creates the origin holy palace will also change, and the energy source created by the origin holy palace will also change, they might choose the most suitable time to compromise. In that case, they won't go through it all at once. Anyway, no matter what, the origin holy palace had already been played. And no matter what the outcome was, the direction now was toward the three characteristics of great lethality, large-scale destruction, and indiscriminate attack. According to his temperament, this was definitely the case. Because they were too worried, they'd simply stopped holding the world core. They stood in place and waited anxiously. Seeing the increasing eagerness on Yin Nuoxing's face, it was obvious that she was tempted. She might even think of something else that could be added to her meal. 2 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. "Hey, whatever, it's about time anyway. Let's just put it all in. I don't want to be a god anymore. Origin." We gave Jingyan a slap. "Look at what I said." Jingyan lowered her head and did not say anything. She was already preparing to create a world group. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly, as expected of a close friend who had spent more than a dozen years together. This heart-wrenching familiarity and the fact that she could still say this calmly, even when her face was filled with despair. Of course, that would take a lot of time. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly, composing his expression as he continued. Of course, that would take a lot of time, which is why I have to make some slight adjustments. I already have a plan for the creation sanctum to start preparing now, and send it in after I've perfected everything. By then, it would take no more than 20 days to create a new sanctum of origins, and I'll adjust the sanctum of creation and find a way to have it open one more line, which would save half the time. That's perfect, but it's a pity that the creation sanctum can only be opened 3 times, and I don't know if that's enough with my current semi-core clearance. 3 sanctums of origins in 20 days. Well, I'll adjust the sanctums of origins in the void front lines one by one, so that they would change synchronously with the new sanctum of origins at node 0. That process would take some time, but not too long. Either way, we would have a new batch of sanctums of origins in 20 days. Everyone's face fell. Not only did this guy blow up the origin holy palaces, he also wanted to mess with the creation sanctum. What would happen to the void frontline? Feng Qing Wang tilted her head, feeling that she had missed a question. How long will it take for the new Origin Holy Palace to create the energy source? Everyone had just wiped off their sweat, and now their hearts were in their mouths again. They once again turned to Yin Nuoxing, who was still a little excited. This was another important point. Originally, it was to mess with this energy source that they were making large-scale adjustments. Not long. Yin Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. It will only take 100 years more than the creation sanctum. That's indeed not long. No, that's a little weird. We've already estimated that it would take thousands of years to create one. What the hell is only 100 years more? Jing Yun's eyes widened, and she almost threw out the world light that she had just formed. Has the new Origin Holy Palaces reached the level of the creation sanctum? I'm just forcefully raising its level. After all, it will be a new creation that fuses 196 types of origin energy. In addition, this creation sanctum isn't the original creation sanctum. It's just something that I created on behalf of it. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and began to gather energy in his body. The storm began to gather. Actually, there's an even more chaotic method. By using the perfect combination of 30 types of origin energy, the time needed for the origin temple to condense an energy source could be reduced to 700 years, which is 400 years less. However, its use is only to condense energy sources, and it can't be used to charge into the front lines. Everyone covered their faces speechlessly. Have you already inadvertently created other types of the Temple of Origin? Would there be more origin temples with specialization in various aspects be born next? Specialized defensive types. Specialized defensive types? I intend to create a batch of origin holy palaces that are specifically used to condense energy sources. The others will be filled with the highest specifications, and those will be placed in the void frontline and put into reserve forces to help create energy sources. After dealing with the new origin holy palaces, I'll have to adjust the existing energy towers and realms of order. After that, I'll have to deal with the origin precepts. I'm so busy. I'll set a small goal, deal with everything in front in 1,000 years, and focus on assembling the Fortress of Origins and studying the origin precepts in the remaining time. Hui rolled his eyes. How could he not be busy? Well, the higher the combat ability, the better. It's just that they were a little scared when they heard that. That energy. Hui paused for a moment and could not help pausing when he saw Maple continuously gathering energy. What are you doing? Getting to work, of course. Yin Nuoxing said matter-of-factly. To borrow the power of the origin relics, to inscribe the origin energy and origin precepts on the structural core of the origin holy palaces, I'll have to use all my power and part of the energy from the sea of energy. Too much. 2/3 of my 5 eras worth of effort is going to be used at once. My heart is bleeding, and I'll have to throw in 2 more energy sources to replenish it. Everyone's eyes widened. All your power means retreat. Hui waved his hand and swiftly unleashed divine energy to sweep everyone away. He knew what Maple meant even before he finished his sentence. If they did not run now, they would be buried in the sea of energy for a bath. The group screamed and scrambled as they fled from the space of the sanctuary of creation. As soon as they got out, an extremely violent energy storm stirred in the space behind them, with uncontrollable energy gushing out of the door and spraying them all over. So all your power means rule, order, energy form. Burp. Sui Feng opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of thick black smoke. He rubbed his burnt face and looked at the gate in front of him. The inside of the gate was already flooded by the violent energy. It was as if the sea of energy had also been mobilized. He could see huge waves rolling up tens of thousands of miles in radius. Now, we can't even get in. I'm a little worried. His celestial aspect is normal. It should be fine. Sui Feng rubbed her pretty face and turned to everyone. Oh, sister, have you seen it? Sui Feng handed over a silk handkerchief obediently. What's the result? Can you see it? If I'm not mistaken, it should be, well, it's his celestial aspect. Everything is fine. Sui Feng's blue eyes flashed a few times as she nodded slightly. This should be a smooth trip. Let him deal with this alone. We'll continue to deal with the fortress of origin. We need to speed up there too. Looking at the monstrous energy in the space, everyone sighed and nodded. This was the only way. They would come back in a few days to see how he was doing. But what's with celestial aspect? Isn't there only the void here? Hui scratched his head. Ah, my sister's vision is different from normal people's. She can see stars in everyone's eyes, and they are all different. It's no different from being knocked out and seeing stars. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My ears. My ears are falling off. Everyone, I told you not to talk nonsense. Chapter 1869. Time, a short period of time, flew by in a blink of an eye. It was untraceable and untraceable. Immersing all one's attention and consciousness in one thing, time would speed up. When they looked at the time again, 10 days had passed without them noticing. But somehow, it felt like the explosion of the sanctum of origins had just happened. Hui shook his hand and threw away the large pile of parts in his hand. A deliberate and unique loud bang made everyone who was busy come back to their senses and raise their heads. They turned their heads and focused their gazes on the place where the sound came from. When they saw the person who made the sound, they let out an "oh" in their hearts and lowered their heads to continue with their work. What's wrong? Bored again? Suifeng put together the 7 or 8 broken pieces in his hand. How long has it been? Who can tell me the time? The girl in white replied without looking up. 13 days. Well, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Brother Lei threw a large piece of debris into the sky and put it together with 2 other pieces to form part of a triangular base. He landed from the sky and stretched. Putting this thing together makes me unable to feel the passage of time. How good would it be if we could have touched the structural rules of the fortress of origin back then? It would have been so much easier. Are you as bored as Hui Jun? Suifeng rolled his eyes at him. He had said the same thing 10,000 years ago. It was because he did not have it that he could only put it together here. Hey, I'm not bored. I just thought of something more important. Hui clapped his hands and walked slowly towards the dimensional gate. It's been 10 days. I have to check on phone. I still can't relax. I'm always worried that, he will suddenly have some strange ideas when we're not around. You can't handle my teammates' strange ideas. Clang, clang. Hui turned around with a sinister smile and saw elder brother Fiery Wind and elder brother Lei, as well as the 2 girls Siyu, following behind him. They pushed him as they walked. Let's go and take a look. We're mainly worried that little brother Feng is going to cause some trouble. Besides, it's been more than 10 days. There should be some reaction. Let's just go and see the progress of the project. In another dimension, a colorful sea of energy poured out from a fissure that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It looked like a raging waterfall was spitting out from the fissure, and the space below condensed into a vast sea. In the center of the sea, huge waves rolled and formed a sparse but extremely spacious energy vortex. Yin Nuashing was at the center of the vortex, holding a colorful energy ball in one hand. Its surface was covered in layers of dense divine glyphs of origin, like wrapping a dumpling. At this moment, with the size of the energy ball, a single dumpling skin of the divine glyphs of origin could no longer cover the entire surface. On the same surface, there were 2 or 3 divine glyphs of origin shining together. Phew! Finally, it's done. After a long while, Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and waved her hand to calm the churning sea of energy. The colorful radiance of energy over her body also gradually faded. She retreated from the laws, order, energy form, and rested for a while. Then, she looked around and her face twitched. The sea of energy was gone, and what was left was a lake at best. Maintaining her form and mobilizing the energy of the relic of origin to carve the core of the Shrine of Origin had consumed a lot of energy. She estimated that after unlocking the energy source and shaping the core of the Shrine of Origin, only 1/3 to 1/4 of the entire sea of energy was left. Other than that, there was also a part of the formed world light. Well, there was no more. She would be drained dry if she mobilized the energy of the sea of energy at the same time. She looked at the rotating core before her with complicated emotions. Yin Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief and reached out to pat the ball. Then, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. If I add something now, then maybe I could do something that was only a guess at the time. Well, he had a new idea, but it was not a dangerous one. He had turned the trump card that he had saved for 5 eras into something else in the hope that it could be used more efficiently and in a better place. He would not joke about something like that. Now, he was seriously considering some problems. But even if it works, it would probably be a huge burden to use it. The sea of energy, I have to adjust the sea of energy, or I won't be able to hold on. He had just completed a task, and before he could take a breather, he had added another task for himself. And it was an extremely dangerous task. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. But it was also necessary for him to consider it. Yin Nuashing sighed, closed his eyes slightly, and spread out his right hand in front of him. His soul trembled violently and gathered the light in the palm of his right hand. It took him half a minute to gather it bit by bit into a palm-sized ball of light. After completing this step, his soul dimmed a little because of this. Is this part of the soul's origin enough? Looking at the glowing ball of light in his palm, Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes and sighed. It would take some time for the soul's origin to recover, but it would not affect him for the time being. Well, it would not affect him as long as he did not fight. For example, if the underworld threw out 100 high-level primeval, or if some chaotic concept body wandered here out of boredom, nothing would happen. He rubbed the ball of light in his palm for a while, leaving the origin mark. He squeezed it with both hands, squeezing the inscription to the center. He then looked at it in his palm for a while, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he stuffed it into the ball of energy in front of him. The 2 balls, one big and one small, gently touched each other silently. He stared at it for a while, but did not see any abnormality in the core of the sanctum of origin. There was no change in its aura. His soul's origin had perfectly blended into it and was hidden. He nodded with satisfaction. In this case, I should be able to use this card as an inadvertent trump card. When it comes in handy, well, that's the only time. Reaching out and patting the core of the structure, Yin Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. He summoned the pancake formation of the sanctum of creation and spun around it. The whole process took a full hour before the pancake-shaped formation stopped spinning. 15 days, faster than I thought. His eyes fell on another space in the sanctum of creation. It was the space at the core. At this moment, there were signs of distortion in 2 places, one on the left and one on the right. The energy began to converge and collapse toward the distortion. This was the core of the new sanctum of origin that was being condensed and shaped. The entire process would only take 15 days. Moving his eyes back to the space in front of him, Yin Nuashing yawned. He was a little sleepy after peeling away part of his soul's origin, but he could not rest now. He had to hold on a little longer. He gently touched the core of the new sanctum of origin that had been completed and pushed it to a distant place. The latter was delayed for a few seconds before it trembled slightly. Then a massive amount of energy poured in from the void and drilled into the core. It was tainted with the origin energy and the origin mark. Along with the origin rule, it quickly used energy to draw a frame constructed of energy in the space. Every inch and every detail was first defined with energy before the core mobilized a massive energy to complete the precise molding bit by bit. This part was actually casting a shell, hiding the relatively fragile core in the hidden space of the shell, and allowing it to play its role in peace. Although this core would actually be many times harder than the main body, the appearance has completely changed. Although I have slightly adjusted the appearance, I did not expect that this thing would not have much resemblance to the original sanctum of origin. Looking from afar, he could only see a frame constructed of energy. He could see that the new sanctum was about 3 times larger than the original sanctum of origin. It was more than 2,000 miles in length and width, and 3 times the height. This thing looked as heavy as a fortress and had a very heavy feeling. With a little work, the whole thing could be divided into several parts, and this sanctum could become a cluster of sanctum of origin. After looking at it for a while and feeling that there should be no problem, Yin Nuashing was relieved. He took out the core of the old sanctum of origin from the space beside him. It was just made a few days ago and was only used today. Just as he was about to build a cluster of production-type sanctums of origin, specifically used to create energy sources according to his original idea, a shout suddenly came from the space behind him, startling him. Ah, the sanctum of origin has changed. Huey's voice was the first to come through the space. He turned his head as a group of people filed in and gathered around the frame of the new sanctum of origin. They looked up and down and could not help but click their tongues. You really made it out. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. Do you want me to be happy for nothing after working for a dozen days? Oh, that's not what I meant. I just find it a little unbelievable. After all, it's an origin relic. Hui quickly explained, shaking his head. TCH, it's because it's an origin relic. The price is high. Look at what I've painstakingly built for 5 years. Yin Nuashing spread his hands, his face full of bitterness. Everyone was stunned. They first glanced at the remaining lake water, then turned their gazes to look outside. Immediately, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The previously huge ocean was now almost dried up. Although it still had a large volume, it could not be compared to its original appearance. It had shrunk so much that there was not much left. The price of tormenting an origin relic. Seeing everyone's huge reaction, Yin Nuashing knew that they had seen it too. He sighed and pulled his hair gloomily. Fortunately, we prepared things about energy 5 eras in advance. Otherwise, we would still be tormenting it slowly at the speed of a turtle crawling. It's a little haggard. Fortunately, after the energy source is completed, it can be used to make up for the loss of the sea of energy. If there's no way to make up for it, phew, I might not even be able to fight. Everyone was speechless. Although they knew it would have a huge impact, wasn't it a little too exaggerated? The construction of the new Origin Shrine won't take much time. You can probably carry it back to Node 0 and install it in a few minutes. It's just that the area it occupies, well, as you can see, it's a lot bigger. You may have to adjust the realm of order, and at the same time, make many adjustments according to its changes. You can do it. After putting it back, remember to use it to resonate with the other Origin Shrines on the front line. With the new Origin Shrine at Node 0 as the center, it will synchronize the structure, rules, and other changes to the other Origin Shrines. It may take 15 days, the same time it takes to build a new Origin Shrine. During this time, it may affect the realm of order. Let everyone be prepared for defense, mobilize their forces in advance, and don't let the impact spread. Hui quickly memorized everything and nodded. Is there anything else? Not for now. I'll talk about it when I think about it. So you've been staring at the new Origin Shrine that was being remodeled. After hearing Little Star's words, she suddenly turned to everyone and said, resonance and synchronization. Let the Origin Shrines undergo synchronized changes. Since the original Origin Shrines had this function, does it mean that the heavenly God of Origin allowed the beings of order to adjust the Origin Shrines themselves from the beginning? It's just that the beings of order didn't do it because of this and that, and waited until now to meet someone as unscrupulous as Little Star, causing this step to be delayed by a dozen or 20 years. Originally, this should have happened in the mythological era. However, due to many reasons, it was delayed until now. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Jingyan was sweating profusely. This seems very possible. Everyone knows that the temples of origin can resonate and synchronize with each other. All the Order warriors of their era knew this, but they all used this function to resonate with the Order creations that they wanted to create so that all the temples of origin can copy and create at the same time and speed up the process. Jingyan thought. She was stunned. Such a sentence only came after a dozen or so eras, as if to tell them, well, this resonance function is actually for you to adjust and strengthen your own origin shrines, not for you to create toys for you to use. That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Seeing how petrified Sui Feng and the others were, Yin Nuashing sighed faintly. As I said, the heavenly god of origin didn't actually have any scruples. It's the beings of order who were overthinking things and had too many scruples. Well, I didn't say anything, but I think they have their own problems as well. It's irresponsible to just throw a tool over without leaving a manual or something. Everyone, the construction of a new origin shrine was completed in just 10 minutes. The new origin shrine that appeared in front of them looked grander, but it did not have the ancient aura that had settled in the sea of time for countless years. It did not have the heavy feeling of time, but it still had a sense of heaviness to it. It was majestic, leaning between white and pale silver, a little like the color scheme of their palaces in the continent of origin. From the outside, there were 5 tower-like buildings standing in 5 places. 4 of them were close to the outermost edge, framing the entire shrine inside. The last tower stood in the middle of the frame, making it look like the word Tion. The height of the buildings in the 4 partition spaces was a little shorter than the 4 towers at the outermost edge, so it was easy to see the word Tion from above. Although it looked like they were independent, they were actually connected. It was just that the height of the buildings in the partition areas was a little shorter, so it was easy to see the word Tion from above. His appearance has become strange. Jing Yuan looked up, her eyes perpendicular to the ground at a 90-degree angle. After looking around, she lowered her head and looked at the gate in front. Her face twitched. It's completely different from what I'm familiar with. Even the aura has become a little strange. I feel like a god is standing at the gate. That exaggerated? Hui grinned and turned to Sui Feng and the others. How does it compare to the Fort of Origin? It's hard to say. The functions of these 2 things are not the same. Hui waved his hand. Just tell me what you think from the surface. I'm just trying to figure it out. Oh, Sui Feng said. His eyes glowed a little and became a little pale blue. He looked at the new origin shrine for a while, crossed his arms, and let out a long and confused sigh. How should I put it? Yinuashing also wanted to know what these people, who had seen the original body of the Fortress of Origin, thought of a new Temple of Origin that he had created. He went over and perked up his ears while processing the core structure of the old version of the Temple of Origin. If we have to compare, the new Origin Shrine is still a little lacking compared to the Fort of Origin. After all, the core of the 2 are not on the same level, and the Fort of Origin is a hub node that the gods spent a lot of effort to create. Its concept and physical level is far superior compared to the Origin Shrine, which is entrusted to many beings of order. Sui Feng scratched his head in distress. But to be honest, it's not that far apart. If the Fort of Origin is still the Fort of Origin we know, the 2 would not be that far apart. But if we do as Brother Maple said and stuff the energy source into the core of the Fort of Origin, its various levels would be raised a little. Whatever the case may be, the Fort of Origin is a little higher in level. Yin Wuxing understood a little after listening to the ambiguity. The Fort of Origin was the hub of a great defensive line that guarded order, and the Fort of Origin was the core of a great defensive line. On the other hand, the Origin Shrine was a mid-level node that was lower in level. The 2 could only be judged based on their levels and were not on the same level. However, the 2 had different functions and could not be forcefully compared. Their classes and specializations were different. If he were to carry the shield, we would charge into the battlefield with the Nethervoid Ruin sword, and they would all have problems in less than 2 minutes. Perhaps he could be seen carrying the shield and unleashing a large-scale energy blast, or Hui brandishing his sword single-handedly to disperse the chaos blast that blanketed the world. That's problematic and out of place. Asterisk back to the original topic. The level of the new Origin Shrine was definitely not as high as the Fort of Origin, and he did not reshape the new Origin Shrine to compare the 2. He was very rational and knew what was suitable for what, and what was more suitable for what. There is no need to force the issue of level, since the heavenly gods would never be able to defeat the primeval heavenly god. The interior of the new Sanctum of Origins was empty. Everyone went in for a few rounds to familiarize themselves with the new sanctum. In fact, the main purpose was to see how many functional spaces there were where certain someone's bed was, and also to look for the most important space where the core was located. That was where all the creations of order were born. The new core space has been adjusted. Like the current creation sanctum, it can be used in two places. The space of the core space had also changed. The 6 walls were engraved with dense divine runes of origin, and 196 types of origin energy flowed in this space. A cluster of core energy was strung into a ball by dozens of energy threads hanging from the ceiling, and it looked a little weird. The engraved divine runes of origin on the walls made everyone feel an inexplicable resentment, a bit like the resentment that someone always complained about origin. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Yun Nuashing covering her eyes with both hands and not looking at them. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a tacit agreement. He had accidentally mixed his resentment in when he was making a fuss. Well, the room was full of resentment. Hui coughed softly. "What is your biggest complaint about this room?" Yin Nuashing put down her hands, glanced at him, and said faintly, "It's a bit like the place where I was strung up. This thing is self-generated, not controlled by my consciousness. I don't know why it has evolved into this." Everyone was speechless. It was something that happened when she went to the inner land of origin 10,000 years ago. That time, she was stuffed with the core of order and then strung up in the creation sanctum to be dissected by the gods of origin for research. Hui was energized when he thought of this. "The egg in your belly." Maple immediately glared at him with red eyes full of murderous intent, giving him the most direct feeling of death. It was as if the netherworld sword was hanging next to his aorta, and it made him shudder violently. His desire to live, which was usually unresponsive, suddenly had a big reaction, and he forcibly changed his line. "What has the core of order become?" Yin Nuashing glared at Hui for a while and rolled her eyes. "Nothing much. It's still early. 10,000 years is nothing to it. It will take a while before there will be any movement. Well, I still don't know what it will become. They don't know, and I don't know either. Although it's hanging in my soul, it's not bad." Everyone laughed dryly. No one dared to say anything. Hui Jun was courting death. If he did not kill himself, he would not be satisfied. Why did he have to bring up this topic? Hiss! The atmosphere at the scene was so cold that they felt like they were going to die. Glancing at Hui again, Yin Nuashing snorted and waved her hand, indicating that she did not want to talk about this very strange topic. She pointed at the space in front of them and changed the topic back to the original topic. The structural core of the energy source has been placed there. It is now slowly condensing the structural core of the energy source. The progress will not be very obvious in 1100 years. This is one of the reasons. The second is that part of the function that is used to create creations of order like the Origin Energy Tower. They are also in this space and the new creations of order that are created here. Well, you know. Sui Feng was sweating profusely. "Brother Maple, let's not play riddles at this time." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "It is a creation of order that is affected by the changes in the new sanctum of origins. What other changes do you think there will be? Of course, it will have its attack power maxed out." Everyone was speechless. They could almost see the birth of a rampaging line of defense. The creation of the Sanctum of Origins was already very dangerous in the hands of a front line full of lunatics. Now, would it not be more dangerous? It is a consumable after all. This is just a superficial dying method. It is just a forced addition of more powerful origin energy and origin rules. It is not a special enhancement, since all creations of order have such effects. The changes and adjustments to the energy tower and the domain of order will be put aside for a while. We will talk about it again after everyone has used the new Sanctum of Origins. Everyone was speechless. Is this a trial product investigation? Well, that's it. Anyway, let's move out first. I still have to work on the production type Sanctum of Origins. I am busy. Everyone looked at each other and sighed when they saw that the guy was busy outside in the blink of an eye. Even the production team's donkey was not as hard-working as him. Chapter 1870. Void, boring, void, boring, void, boring. Though it looked like he was grumbling. Yes, he was grumbling. In the past, it was boring to fight until you vomit, but once you lost yourself in the fight, throwing aside your mind and consciousness to focus on waving your fists and brandishing energy towers, it would not be a problem for a long time. But now, Well, the underworld's attack on the node had stopped. Instead of being busy fighting every moment, they were busy strengthening the node every minute and every second. He had nothing to do but squat in front of the Temple of Origins and knead mud repeatedly. The last Void Patrol party had left with a large number of world groups and had yet to return. Judging from the information they passed on, it would take some time for the world groups to be infected with the concept class fragments thrown out by the precursors of void turbulence. The main reason was that their special world groups had too much capacity. The mud they had needed here was twice as much as what the Void Patrol party had taken away last time. If he did not shout for them to stop, they would keep kneading, but if he did, they would return to the process of accumulating the node's power. This process had been going on for, he could not tell how many days. Since he stopped fighting and stopped kneading the mud, he felt that time was passing very, very slowly. It was so slow that he wanted to find something to do. For example, he wanted to drag his family to other nodes to fight. But the commander-in-chief should not leave his node if there was nothing important, so he could only stay here. Everyone, pay attention to the changes in the Origin Shrine. It's time, so don't get too excited. It's a normal reaction, a normal reaction. I repeat, it's time for the Origin Holy Temple to resonate. Everyone, pay attention to any abnormalities. Also, pay attention to those bastards. If they do anything wrong, beat them back. I Ching's howling voice sounded in the soul, a shout directed at the entire void front line. Qing Jun picked his ears, stood up from the first step of the stairs of the gate of the Temple of Origin, jumped down from the high platform, and waved his hand. Guys, prepare the defense towers and pay attention to the other side. Everyone was stunned, including Qing Jun himself. The group of people looked at each other, and then they all covered their faces, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After the process of large-scale resonance and self-modification of the Temple of Origin slowly began, the power of the Realm of Order had decreased slightly. In order to cope with this decline, the other nodes had adjusted their power and used part of their reserve power to guard the Realm of Origin. It was so lively and joyful. And then on their side, well, the whole void was quiet. There was not even a ghost to be seen, not even a chicken feather. Prepare a hammer. This, Qing Jun rubbed his face awkwardly, waved his hand, and continued. Forget it. In short, stay alert. Also, record the changes in the order domain when the Origin Shrine changes. The more detailed, the better. Lord Maple should be able to use this information. Clang. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a huge object colliding came from behind. The group of people all turned their heads. The Origin Temple, which had been very quiet just a moment ago, was now trembling slightly. Fortunately, there was no such thing as dust in the void. If it was in the main world, this trembling force would have caused a lot of dust to fall down. The body of the Temple of Origin emitted a glimmer, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. It was as if the Temple of Origin had absorbed the nearby light into itself, making itself the brightest child in the night sky. Cough, cough. Then, unknown marks containing powerful energy gushed out of the temple. A large number of unknown marks strung into ropes and left the temple, stopping in midair and wrapping the temple itself in turn. The dense rope of marks wrapped the temple into a ball. From a distance, they could only see those unknown but very powerful marks flowing on the surface, surrounding the Temple of Origin behind an airtight curtain. The other nodes seemed to be quite lively. The deputy commander of the node couldn't help but say to Qing Jun, when the Temple of Origin changed, the order domain suddenly became vacant, which was equivalent to throwing away the core. This made everyone panic for a while, but we had already prepared the backup forces, so it didn't cause too much trouble. Qing Jun eavesdropped for a while in the soul transmission and kept nodding. The other places were indeed quite lively, but looking at their place, it was completely deserted, and even ghosts didn't come here. It was a little depressing. Well, a little depressing. At this time, it would be good to have some people come and let them beat them up. In front of such a gorgeous ceremony, shouldn't they have a fight to liven things up? The deputy commander listened to the chief commander's nagging and shrugged. He turned his head to look at the void and said, "It seems that Lord Maple's speculation is correct. That thing is indeed an important item related to the underworld, and there's a high probability that it will be destroyed, so there hasn't been any movement until now. Well, this has to wait until later. If it suddenly appears after 3 or 4 years, it will be a slap in the face." That's true. The two of them sighed for a while and looked back at the Temple of Origin. It had been completely covered by unknown divine patterns. Just now, they could still see dense divine patterns of various sizes rotating on the surface of the ball. Now they could only see a colorful ball, and the divine patterns could no longer be seen. The turbulent origin energy was surging in the colorful ball, coupled with this strong light. The Order warriors had cold sweat on their foreheads just by looking at it. They subconsciously thought of the movement of Lord Maple's power preparing to attack indiscriminately. Now, when they saw colorful energy ball, surge, and other key things, they would sweat wildly on their foreheads. Their body movements were beyond the control of their consciousness, and they set up their most powerful defense. They were all frightened. "Hey, what are you afraid of? This is not Lord Maple's attack. It's just the resonance adjustment of the Temple of Origin." Qing Jun shouted to everyone with his hands on his hips. In everyone's eyes, the words "not afraid of death" were clearly engraved on the forehead of this commander-in-chief. The colorful divine patterns wrapped around the Temple of Origin, and the whole process lasted for about 5 minutes. When the time was up, the layers of divine patterns of origin solidified and no longer flowed. The whole spherical shape slowly shrank, exposing the temple that had undergone a huge change in appearance to everyone's sight. The more majestic appearance made everyone exclaim. A mighty energy that seemed to have been passed down from a long time ago spread out like a storm with it as the center. The vast origin energy streaked across the entire node, causing everyone to tremble all over. They suddenly felt refreshed, as if there was endless power bursting out from their bodies. The stabilized order domain also began to push outward under the push of this energy, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded several times in size. Bang! Huh! The sudden sound of energy explosion startled Qing Jun, and he quickly turned his head. An energy storm suddenly broke out in the order domain, startling everyone. Without any instructions, they subconsciously adjusted themselves to a combat state. They raised their hands in unison, and the surging energy swept out like a storm, aiming all their weapons at the void. There was no one left. The surroundings were empty, and there was not a single person in sight. Everyone was stunned once again and looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. They checked the state of the order domain. It was intact, and even stronger than before by tens of times. It was impossible for it to be pierced through without them noticing it all. The explosion just now was already Now, they felt as if they had seen a ghost. Qing Jun quickly came to the place where the energy burst out and waved his hand to disperse the small-scale energy storm in front of him. Just as he was about to investigate, a disheveled order warrior hurriedly ran out of it. He was also surprised when he saw the commander-in-chief appear in front of him in a daze. He quickly saluted, and without bothering to report, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, quickly hold down the energy towers that are on the verge of their limits. The energy from the order domain is too huge. These things that have been in disrepair for a long time can't withstand the infusion of such a huge amount of energy. Quick, if it doesn't work, just take off the energy crystals. It's going to explode." Qing Jun. Huh. Boom. He only had time to let out an "ah" before he heard the sound of another energy explosion behind him. These two energy explosions triggered a chain reaction, and the crackling sound of explosions exploded crazily in the entire order domain. It was very lively, just like setting off firecrackers. If you ignore the fact that every firecracker could bring down a world group, it was indeed very exciting. Qing Jun turned around and looked at the sky. Fireworks roared all over the sky, and firecrackers exploded into a sky full of stars. The movements on the ground were not to be outdone. Boom! 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 Energy beams that pierced the order domain were exploding. For a time, there seemed to be a festive sound of gongs and drums coming from a void. A group of order warriors screamed and hurriedly dealt with the order domain that had become a disaster. They pressed on the energy towers and picked up the crystals. Halfway through, they exploded and covered their faces. When the energy crystals were picked up, the energy towers exploded. For a time, everyone was thrown off their feet by their own energy towers. He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, but he didn't know how to deal with it at all. He took a deep breath, squatted down with his fist on his chin, and his mind was full of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? The deputy commander was in a hurry to give instructions, but at this time, it seemed that the more he gave instructions, the more chaotic it became. Then what could he do now? Wait for it to blow up. Anyway, they didn't gather into a group with all kinds of chaotic rules, energy, and order, and then ignite all kinds of explosives together. The energy towers that were under their respective control in the order domain were all in a stable state, because their rules, energy, and order were all in a stable state. It was only because of the sudden excess of energy that they blew up, so it wouldn't cause too violent an explosion and blow up the order domain. They could just treat it as a holiday and set off firecrackers. It was just that the cost of setting off firecrackers was too high. This sky full of firecrackers, it was really dazzling. His heart was bleeding. Looking at the entire order domain rumbling, Green couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they had already stopped fighting for dozens of days here, and their reserve forces were abundant. There was no need to worry. Hell, no one came to find them. What was there to be worried about? They could just treat this work as fireworks and firecrackers and slowly repair it after watching it. If the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. If they opened soul communication at this time, forget it. They didn't need to guess to know that it must be a mess. This was definitely not something that only happened here. Every node had an energy tower that was in disrepair for a long time. It was impossible for them to casually throw it out as fireworks without reaching the limit. God knew. God didn't know that such a thing would happen. Lord Feng and Lord Hui definitely didn't expect it, or else they would have reminded them in advance. No, this matter had to be reported to Lord Feng and the others quickly. Hello, Lord Feng. Today is a good day. Over here, gongs and drums fill the sky. Fireworks and firecrackers are roaring, and the void is full of a festive atmosphere. It's so exciting and lively, just like a holiday. These firecrackers and firecrackers fill the sky. Do you want to come and take a look? Yun Nuashing. It's actually like this. Green shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He coughed dryly and returned to his normal tone to report what was happening. Everyone in the observer space was stunned as they listened to Green blabbering about what was happening in the order domain at this time. They looked at each other for a while and then turned their eyes to Yun Nuashing. Then, they were also dumbfounded when they saw her. They all slapped their eyes to show that they couldn't bear to watch. They really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yes, today is the day when the Temple of Origin completes its resonance. Hui pinched his face with a faint sadness. I really didn't think of this beforehand. Hiss, I'm afraid the Void Frontline is in a mess now. Sie suddenly trembled a few times. She hurriedly covered her head and slapped her forehead twice. Everyone was shocked. Why did this girl suddenly go crazy? Siu gasped and said to everyone with a face full of fear, "Don't open the soul communication. There's a lot of chaotic sounds coming from the whole front line." As soon as I opened it, there was a magic sound in my ears that almost brainwashed me. I was scared to death. Everyone, there was no need to think about it at all to know that the front line was in a mess, and this girl still opened all the soul communication at once. She was very brave. No, this was not the point. The point was, were they going to kill their way out to help? Yun Nuashing pulled her long hair and circled it a few times. She didn't have so many concerns. Listening to all kinds of crying and crying sounds in the soul communication, she was silent for a long time and waved her hand. The situation is fine for the time being. Don't worry too much. Although they are shouting very desperately and excitedly, they didn't even say a word for help, right? Hui exclaimed and slapped his palm. If they couldn't hold on, they would have cried for their parents and asked you to clean up the mess. The situation was chaotic, but it was not a big problem. As long as the void front line was not breached all at once, it would not be a problem. If they were accidentally drowned by various abyssal death mist spawns, Maple just had to use a big move to clear the area, and it would be fine. Now, the people in the soul communication were shouting very loudly and excitedly, but there was no sign of them asking for help. Yin Nuashing nodded, before rubbing her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Still, I really didn't think too much about the fact that too much energy would blow up some energy towers that had been used for a long time. I was only focused on raising the level of the Shrine of Origins. It's fortunate that the Realm of Order is fine since it has been strengthened by the new Shrine of Origins. There's no need to worry, and the energy towers have been strengthened as well. It's just that single-use consumables like energy towers are not that strong in the first place, and they would not be able to withstand being strengthened too much. It's understandable that they blew up. Looks like we'll have to adjust the energy towers first. Energy towers are one of the foundations of the Void frontline, and they're single-use consumables. They can't resonate and synchronize with each other like the Shrine of Origins. So a new energy tower can't completely strengthen and adjust all existing energy towers. The new energy tower needs time to be built to its current level. Yin Nuashing sighed and could not help but shake her head and mumble to herself. Apart from the basic energy towers, the special models of the Origin energy towers also need to be adjusted. These weapons that can be used by a single person or many people need to be adjusted to an appropriate degree. Most of the users were they? There are also users of the Origin realm and the Origin realm. So when we consider the upper and lower limits, we also have to consider the lower limits of the users. Everyone's situation will be different, and the differences between individuals are actually quite big. So troublesome, so troublesome. Well, it was indeed troublesome because the users were not them but other beings of order, so they could not make it too flashy, nor could they make it too difficult for the users. Simply using a huge amount of energy to squeeze the users dry would definitely not work, even with the support of the Realm of Order. They had to adjust it according to the existing foundations, and if it was possible, they might even need to let the users feedback and make adjustments multiple times. Just hearing about this made them feel very troubled. They were a small group of the top forces, so they could not arrange the basic power according to their foundation. That would be a problem for 90% of the Order warriors on the Void frontline. However, if the lower limits were adjusted so that everyone could use it, then the upper limit of the combat strength of the entire frontline would be pulled down by a portion. This feeling of needing to consider both sides. Could it be that the gods of Origin had thought of this situation back then and created the Shrine of Origin and conveniently gave them the right to make adjustments? How mysterious. Now, it was their turn to have such thoughts. The fact that the Realm of Order was still stable without any problems was a good thing. Next, they just had to adjust and strengthen the energy towers. If two of them had problems at the same time, well, they might have already killed their way out. Energy towers, energy towers. You're really a big problem. Feng Qing Wang looked at Siyu. Siyu was walking in circles, shaking her head as if she was trying her best to come up with some constructive suggestions. However, it seemed that she felt that her ideas were useless, so she had not come up with anything yet. She did have a small idea when it came to upper and lower limits, but she felt that her idea was probably just a whimsical one. So she hesitated for a moment, 10 seconds, before she went up to Little Star and pulled her hand. She whispered in her ear, "If it's upper and lower limits, can't we combine them and let everyone adjust on their own?" Yin Nuashing felt a gust of warm air blow into her ear. She shuddered and turned her head carefully. When she saw that it was Qing Huang, she grinned and whispered back, I was thinking of that, but can't find a way." Yeah. Yin Nuashing scratched her head in distress. "I can't find a good way to modify the energy towers. The upgrading of the energy towers had stopped many years ago because I couldn't find a way to do it. This is, after all, a mass-produced weapon. If I really want to modify it, I'll have to use the origin energy and the origin rule as the foundation to forcefully raise the basic level of the energy tower's core. The original energy tower's core has already reached the end of its own path. Any further strengthening will only take 1 or 2 steps forward. The improvement won't be significant. What I want to do now is to change the path and cross a very high threshold in one go. In other words, you can think of it as using the current energy tower as the foundation to create a new type of energy tower. It will possess even more powerful order power. So, if I want to upgrade it, I won't use the origin energy and the origin law that I have mastered. Instead, it will be the same as the new Shrine of Origins. I will use the energy and the law of the Relic of Origins to modify the core of the energy towers. In order to strengthen them to a certain extent and give them the ability to adjust their upper and lower limits, I will need to create a partial connection between the energy towers and the life forms of order. This way, the life forms of order will be able to adjust the power of the energy towers according to the user's own strength. This way, the user won't have to bear an unbearable burden. Other than that, it will also need to meet the 2 major prerequisites of disposable consumables and mass-produced. Can't you think of it as like the Staff of Origin and modify it? Feng Qing Wang said softly. She felt that her words might be a little ambiguous and quickly added, what I mean is to strengthen the quality of the energy towers. Let's just make them fixed, weapons that can be used continuously for a very long time, without breaking. Yes, but only the Shrine of Origin and the Sanctuary of Creation can create these things. But girl, if you want to upgrade the energy towers to such a level, the basic requirements to use them will also be raised. By then, there might be a large number of new energy towers installed in the realm of order, but not many people can use them. Considering the fact that the battle will last for a very long time, the requirement to make the energy towers not break due to the excessive use of energy will be very high. That is to say, you have to keep attacking without stopping. If you upgrade the core to such a level, it will be comparable to half an origin relic. For a creation of order of this level, the user may need to reach the beginner or intermediate Yuanshi realm to be able to use it. That way, there will be no way to adjust the upper and lower limits. Even if there is an adjustment, the lower limit will be the Yuanshi realm. At most, it will be compatible with people in the Yuanshi realm. We can't do something so delicate, making a weapon at the level of a half origin relic and letting it be adjusted as we wish. It's too difficult. As for the Void frontline now, let's calculate the time to be 1 era later. Even if the Void frontline goes on for another era, the origin realm will definitely be the majority. The Yuanshi realm will be the top. We can't just focus on a Yuanshi realm behind us and ignore the origin realm people, can we? This is still the lower limit. There is no way to lower it anymore. So we can basically throw this idea aside. Feng Qing Wang nodded to show that she understood. There was only a fixed level of super sturdiness. Even if it was the lowest level, it couldn't be used by everyone. However, if the upper and lower limits were adjusted, there was no guarantee that it would reach a particularly high level of sturdiness. The energy towers at this level must be mass-produced and not entrusted to the Shrine of Origin or the Sanctuary of Creation. That would be too inefficient. Moreover, the Sanctuary of Creation also needed to be at the level of an origin relic. They couldn't have the best of both worlds. We can't possibly use a mix of energy towers, can we? Yin Nuoxing had a strange expression on his face. At this moment, the energy towers had a special characteristic, which was that they could gather the power of all the energy towers in one place and defeat some of the more troublesome enemies with a single strike. This special characteristic could only be achieved because their core structure was the same. If the energy of 4 to 6 different creations were gathered together, even if it was the power of order, it would still explode on the spot, unless someone deliberately controlled it. It was as if they were assisting in the gathering of energy. There is no need to mention how dangerous it was on the battlefield. Assisting in the launching of an attack could succeed countless times, but as long as it failed once due to interference, it would be dangerous. Therefore, it was better not to go through the trouble of creating a few different creations. Feng Qing Wang tilted her head slightly. In conclusion, Little Star is troubled by the problem between strength and production rate. Yin Nuoxing was startled. Because there were too many things to think about, her brain was basically a mess. Perhaps she had said too much that she couldn't even remember what she was calculating. However, what the brat said, she was probably right. Increasing the strength of the energy towers would cause problems in production. If they could be mass-produced, he was worried that the upper limit of the new energy towers would not be that high. Even if he spent a lot of effort to increase the strength of the energy towers, there would be no obvious improvement. So, no way. The attack power had to be maxed out. He couldn't give in too much. Only great power was the truth of the void, bastard. That's probably it. Yin Nuoxing slowly nodded as she shook off a bunch of weird thoughts. Then, Feng Qingwang blinked. First, we have to ensure the production rate. First, we have to ensure that everyone can create energy towers as easily and quickly as we can now. First, we have to increase the strength to this level. Can I say that as long as we use the energy from the Legacy of Origins to modify the core structure, it would exceed this level? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. As for the creation of the new core, I can only think of entrusting it to the Sanctum of Creation and the Sanctum of Origins, so that they can help create the new energy towers in the new Sanctum of Origins. Feng Qinghuang was speechless. This was not something that could be solved by talking. Little Star could basically think of everything she could think of. If only the Sanctum of Origins and the Sanctum of Creation were responsible for this part. But the Sanctum of Origins and the Sanctum of Creation were special nodes and should shoulder more important tasks. If this kind of overly basic task had to be done by these two nodes, wouldn't it be the same as abandoning the logistics? Moreover, the manufacturing efficiency of the Sanctum of Origins and the Sanctum of Creation was not that high. After all, the logistics department was a place that specialized in the creation rate of energy towers. Feng Qingwang had seen it before, and a lot of magic circles were thrown there to assist in the creation of energy cyst. Yin Nuoxing was still deep in thought when Blue Phoenix suddenly pulled him hard. He quickly turned around and steadied himself. A pair of crimson eyes occupied most of his vision. The girl suddenly said excitedly, "Little Star, can you remove that space and that part of the rules that the Sanctum of Origins uses to create order?" Yin Nuoxing was speechless. Her words woke him up. He really did not think about this. He thought that it was a big deal that he blew up the Sanctum of Origins. Looking at Jing Yun's expression when she saw the Sanctum of Origins being demolished, it was as if she saw the heavenly god of Origins dying in battle. Ahem, he did not expect that the girl would directly want to dismantle the core structure of the Sanctum of Origins and remove it. If Jingya knew about this, she would probably vomit blood. It's difficult. However, in the Sanctum of Creation, it may be possible. The success rate is considerable, but I still need to try first. Yin Nuoxing frowned and nodded slightly, gesturing for her to continue. And then, what happens after you remove it? Feng Qingwang smiled and said, "Remove that part of the dimensional laws and send the core that is used to create the order creation to the logistics department. Then use the magic circle there to support the core to create the energy tower. If the magic circle is not high enough, you can just go and help them change the magic circle. Magic circles are your specialty. That way, we can ensure that the logistics department can create the new energy tower. After all, 90% of the energy towers in the Void Frontline are from the logistics department. However, if we do it this way, no one will be able to create the new energy tower anytime and anywhere. The Void Patrol Squad will only be able to use the old energy tower if they encounter special situations." Feng Qingwang then looked at Little Star's expressionless face and shrunk her neck. She then asked softly, "Is this feasible?" Yin Nuoxing was silent for 2 minutes as the colorful energy in his eyes slowly faded. After a moment, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He then nodded. The core of the new energy tower contains the origin energy and the origin rules. There's no way to create it as we wish. What I was thinking about was how to mass produce the energy towers in the Sanctum of Origins. Although it seems a little wasteful to occupy the sanctum of origins all the time, there is no other way. However, the method you mentioned might be better. This way, the sanctum of origins can create some special order creations. Yin Nuoxing held Qing Huang's face with one hand and gave her a thumbs up with the other. He then showed her a very appreciative smile. Not bad, little girl. You have a good idea. Why don't you learn order design and manufacture for me? Feng Qing Huang laughed dryly. I just suddenly thought of it. Chapter 1871. Destroying the Origin Temple and leaving only its core structure was barely enough to be used as a shell. He could take off his clothes and toss it aside, but the method he and Blue Phoenix had come up with was to destroy the core structure. It was the same as pressing a patient who had just taken off his clothes onto a bed and taking out the Nether Void sword to perform surgery. Ah, that's right. There was no problem with using the Nether Void sword to perform surgery. After all, it wasn't the first time he had used the Nether Void sword to perform surgery. The things it had performed surgery on before. Air. In any case, he was a veteran, so there was no need to be nervous. There is a structural core of the old Temple of Origin. It was created by the Creation Sanctum, and it happened to be placed in this space. However, because it needed to refer to some shell issues, it was only allowed to create the complete Temple of Origin 2 days ago. Now, it no longer cared about what it originally wanted to research. It was assigned to carry out a more important task, and that was, boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy caused everyone to tremble violently and almost jump up. Everyone turned around in shock, and their breaths were stuck in their throats. Jingyan rolled his eyes and slapped his chest as if he was about to faint. Seeing the Origin Holy Temple being used as a firework twice in such a short period of time was a little exciting, and his heart was a little uncomfortable, although he knew that the front lines were using the new Origin Holy Temple. Well, wasn't it because he was more used to the old Origin Holy Temple? Seeing the latter explode was even more exciting. After the energy smoke dissipated, a core that was bound by a bunch of energy chains appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Well, the core was still white and clean, and had not been modified at all. It had maintained its original appearance for a dozen or so eras. Yin Nuoxing was standing in front of the core and waving the Nether Void sword in his hand. This dangerous action caused everyone to tremble and break out in cold sweat. They quickly sneaked over to see what he was up to. Maple, what are you doing? We hurriedly looked at the old structure core, and then at Maple, who looked very serious and seemed to be thinking very seriously about something. The Nether Void sword in his hand glowed with a strong multicolored light, and it was obvious that it was charging with Origin energy. The next step would be to attack something with the sword. Why did you suddenly tear down the Origin Sanctum? Didn't you say that there was something that could be used as a reference? Oh, that was indeed the case. But now, because there are more important things that require the use of this structural core, I dismantled it. Let's put the previous matter aside for now and talk about it when the time comes. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and nodded at him. As she spoke, she increased the momentum of the Origin energy gathering. She was just short of using rules, order, energy form. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Something more important? They looked at each other, puzzled. Weren't they discussing the strengthening of the new energy tower, the structure, and other details? Why were they suddenly interested in the Origin Sanctum's structural core? In the next second, everyone's eyes widened and their faces turned pale. Yin Nuoxing held the Nether Void sword that glowed with Origin energy and stabbed it into the old structure core. The latter immediately stopped rotating with a creak, and the entire core flickered violently. The energy chains wrapped in circles of light flickered at the highest frequency. In just a few seconds, as if the abnormal flow of energy had stopped itself, it broke with a crisp sound and turned into dust and dissipated in the air, leaving only a cluster of light hanging in front. The structural rules and energy contained within it were flowing strangely, and pupae after pupa were constantly crashing against the cracked shell, trying to escape in a hurry. Hui was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated when he saw that the structural core was almost scrapped. You, what are you doing? What did the Origin Sanctum do to you? It's fine if you're messing around with it, but now you're even giving it its structural core. If you're stressed, just say it directly. Don't simply destroy it. You're hurting everyone's hearts, you know? What do you mean by simply destroy? I'm just doing it because I have a need. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes with a matter-of-fact expression. He did not care about those things. They would have to leave the wreckage themselves, or drag him in if they wanted to trouble him. Either way, they had caused him more than a little trouble, and he could simply take it as venting his anger. Well, no. Now is a critical moment. Everything that can be used must be used. Not to mention that I would dare to destroy the Origin Sanctum structural core if I could guarantee that the Origin Relic could be put back in one piece after I dismantled it. I would dismantle the Origin Relic in the next second, take it out for research, and then put it back together. You're addicted to disemboweling, aren't you? Hui rolled his eyes. That's called using everything to the fullest. Of course, there's nothing wrong with you saying that I'm unscrupulous. That's more or less the same thing. I have no scruples now. Sui Feng and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. Although that was the truth, they were actually in agreement. If the Origin Relic could be put to greater use, they could do whatever they wanted with it. They could even do it themselves, and, at worst, they would have to apologize to the gods one day. But when they saw the Origin Sanctum, few forget it. Brother Maple had done such shocking things more than once or twice. Compared to that, they were even more surprised that he could break through the defensive core. That thing's defensive power was not to be trifled with, and it would probably take them half a day to dismantle it. After all, it was not as hard as the shell of the energy source. Look at what you've done to the Origin Sanctum. Jing Yun's pale face was full of despair. It took him a full minute to recover from his shock. Among everyone present, he was the one who was most affected by the heavenly god of origin. After all, in the war between order and chaos in their era, the heavenly god of origin was like a guiding light that guided them forward. Although it was not a belief, it was at least a strong spiritual pillar. Although that era had already passed, it was still a strong spiritual pillar. Everyone covered their faces at the sight of his pale face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They did not care, but there was one person who cared very much. This guy was also quite pitiful. He picked up what was left of his belief and spiritual pillar to continue moving forward, but he did not expect that not long after this pillar was sent to fireworks, and twice at that. Looking at his miserable appearance, he probably did not have such a terrible mental breakdown. Jing Yun's face turned ferocious for a moment, and he opened his mouth. Phew, forget it. After the shock, he was almost numb. He could understand what the little brother meant. Now was not the time to hold on to those beliefs and thoughts that would get in the way. So, what are you planning to do? Everyone, this guy was still vomiting blood a second ago, and now he had recovered. Solve the problem of the new energy tower, of course. Yin Nuoxing said without turning his head. The energy he released condensed into a thin layer of energy barrier around the old core structure, and then he swung the Netherin sword and cut a circle around the core structure, directly cutting the core into two parts. The new energy tower needs the origin energy and the origin law condensed from the relic of origins as the core. The manufacturing method is a problem, and we can't let the construction of the energy tower occupy the origin sanctum and waste the logistics. So, we have to think of another way. Sui Qing was the first to understand. You want to remove the space of creation from the sanctum of origins and let the logistics staff use it alone. Yes, if it works, the space of creation doesn't even need the help of the sanctum of creation and can be built with the new sanctum of origins. Compared to the sanctum of origins as a whole, the space of creation is just a door. It won't take much effort, and it should be quite fast. Once the logistics conditions for the new energy tower are solved, I can work on the new energy tower with ease, and I won't have to be constrained by this and that. Yin Nuoxing nodded and spread the two halves of the core structure in front of him and put away the Netheruin sword. He looked at the scene before him and was silent for a few seconds. So, do you recognize which part of the law belongs to this space of creation? Look at this big lump here. I can't recognize it. Everyone, it was quite easy to take it apart, but they didn't know how to do it after taking it apart. But the problem was that they didn't know how to do it either. They had never taken the core apart before, so how would they know which belonged to which? After the core structure was cut in half, three things appeared before them. The energy shell that had been split into two, and the surging power of the laws that was wrapped in this shell with special functions. It was a cloud of blue and white and glowing faintly. It was a cloud that was 1,000 feet in size, and if one focused their eyes on it, they could clearly see its essence. Countless energy lines and law chains that were only the thickness of arms or fingers were flowing rapidly inside the cloud, rampaging. Because of their movements, the entire cloud was stirred up. Those were the body of the core structure. Oh no, that's not right. Including the shell that was cut in half, the three added together were the body of the core structure. They were connected together, and if the cloud of law in the center was not stuffed into this special shell made of origin energy, it would not be able to perform its function. The shell was the eye, and the cloud was the brain. If one of the two was missing, one would not be able to see anything when killing. Well, that's about the same meaning. This metaphor was applicable to most ordinary life forms. Those who cared more about the details would deal with it, as usual. I think the shell alone would take us half a day to study. We knocked on the shell that was cut open, and his face twitched. The shell was just an ordinary barrier made of origin energy. It was supposed to be a thin layer that was only thicker than a piece of paper, but the shell that appeared before them was actually quite thick. It was about 5 or 6 meters thick, and the extra thickness was all covered by the crystallization of origin energy. The crystallization was filled with surging origin energy, origin law, and massive power of order. The things that were condensed on this shell alone would be enough to make the underworld suffer if thrown out. If Maple did not have origin energy, he probably would not have been able to cut the ball in half as easily as cutting vegetables. The outer shell contains a rule that resonates with the core rule, and the two are tied together. Without a structural core, there's no way for it to function normally. It's not enough to just take out this space of creation rule. We have to preserve this outer shell as well. Jingyan looked at the three lumps in front of her for a while, and then turned to the young man and reminded him, as for the law of between creation, well, we can only look for it one by one. Fortunately, this thing is meant for many beings of order and warriors of order, and its law of structure is not so troublesome to understand that it would make one's hair stand on end. If it's at the level of the fortress of origin, I think we might not be able to get it out, even if we try until we die. Hui used his elbow to poke the young man's arm and said jokingly, "You were vomiting blood and feeling distressed just now, and now you're giving suggestions to this thing? Since it's a fact, let's not care about that." Jingyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She frowned and bared her teeth at him. "It's not like that's the only thing you've destroyed. Now, well, for us, what we have to face now is far more important than the things of that era. Since you all said that the Origin Heavenly God allowed us to mess around with the Origin Temple from the very beginning, then there's nothing to worry about now. Even if there's anything, we'll just have to wait for the Origin Heavenly Gods to return." Jingyan pressed her chest and rolled her eyes as she spoke. "It's just that my heart still hurts a little." Sui Feng and the others grinned. Yeah, they knew that feeling. It was the pain of having their faith stabbed in the back, and the damage to the spirit and soul was far beyond what the sense of pain could feel. As the group worked together to decipher the contents of the core, she could only circle around the core since she could not understand it. After making sure that she really could not understand it, she landed beside Little Star and whispered into his ear, "Little Star, is the insides of all creations of rules like this?" Yin Nuashin glanced at the girl and nodded. As the name suggests, creations of rules are created with the power of rules as the foundation, with countless rules as the core, and the energy that the core evolves in a certain way, as the outer shell. The outer shell is the body of the Temple of Origin, as you know. The body is formed with massive energy, and even if it's just ordinary energy, it will be transformed into origin energy after being processed by the outer shell of the core. As for what it looks like and what it does, it's the core of rules that controls everything, which is why changing it is the same as changing the entire creation. The higher the level of the creation, the harder it is to change it, and we might have to use the energy and rules of the legacy of origin to proceed to the next step. See, you made an O and tilted her head. It sounds similar to energy life forms. Energy life forms have their own rules as well. You could put it that way. Energy life forms can also be considered a nomological creation, including some of the massive energy constructs you've seen in the Void frontlines. They're all nomological creations, and the difference between the strong and the weak is straightforward. It depends on the strength of the rules and energy. Anything that can appear on the battlefield between order and chaos is basically a creation of the laws. The only difference is that order uses creations condensed from the laws of order, while chaos uses creations condensed from the laws of chaos. This is also the reason why the life forms of order are unable to use the creations of chaos. The laws themselves don't match, and forcefully using them would only cause the power of order and the power of chaos to clash and be destroyed. That was why Hui, I Ching, and the others could not use the pile of chaos creations that they looted. While he had the energy of annihilation, he did not grasp the rules of chaos and could not use chaos creations. The underworld had them, but the people of the underworld had dirty deals with the concept of chaos. They might not be able to control the energy of annihilation, but slightly adjusted rules of chaos could. When Siyu heard that, her uncontrollable thoughts suddenly jumped up. What would the things that are created with the rules of order and chaos look like? Yin Nuoshing was speechless. The little brat's whimsical ideas were occasionally a little torturous. The difficulty and troublesome level of this question was at its peak. Even if they did not catch a heavenly god of origin from the cycle of reincarnation, they would not be able to answer it. As far as the current void is concerned, there should not be any creations that have both the rules of order and chaos at the same time. So I don't know what would be like. Yin Nuoshing shook her head. The little girl and the core of the Eight Elements realm that she was guarding were probably a little related. The core of the Eight Elements realm faced the entire Eight Elements realm, not just the void of order or the void of chaos. It should be considered as a mixed creation of order. However, they had not seen what it looked like, so they could not tell. If that was the case, he did have a mixed creation of order. However, you could take a look at the original light. The original rules that it carries are the fusion of the original rules of order and the original rules of chaos. This is also its normal state. Although it belongs to the rules of the environment of the Great Yuan realm a long time ago, it is far from the current rules of order and chaos. Well, just take a look. Don't worry too much about it. The original light had 3 forms of rules. The first one belonged to both of them at the same time, and the second one did not belong to either of them. If the original light had to be described, what it presented was the original rules. It did not have the inclination of order or chaos, only the pure power of rules. The second case was the form of order, and the rest was naturally the form of chaos. Let's not talk about the latter two first. Looking at its first form, perhaps this was the case when the rules of order and chaos that were completely equal and powerful enough to fuse together. At that time, the product of the fusion would not deliberately show any inclination towards either side. It would just be an independent existence, just like the strange fourth order that had only appeared in this era. Well, it was just that their appearances might be similar. However, the essence of the area where the fourth order existed was a strange change in the void of order. It had weakened its own rules of order, causing its own rules of order to be stuck at the boundary between order and chaos. Its environmental rules were still rules of order. In essence, it was still a mess that happened in the void of order itself, which was different from the cause of the fusion of order and chaos. The third order was the product of the clash between order and chaos. However, there were only a few individuals that met certain conditions in the void, and there was no formed environment. Therefore, the overly agitated third order could be thrown out. This had nothing to do with it at all. Sigh. To compare something like the original light, which had appeared before the great primordial realm's turmoil, with the not-so-serious concept that appeared after that. This matter was abnormal in the first place. It seemed that they had unknowingly strayed off topic. See, you saw that little star's eyes were glazed over. She could not help but wave her hand in front of him and pinch his pretty face. When he came back to his senses, she whispered, "What's wrong? You were so distracted." "On nothing." Yin Nuashing was startled and shook her head. "I thought of something related, but it has nothing to do with what we're doing now. It's a little complicated, so I got distracted." After all, they were not the creators of the Temple of Origins. They had not even participated in any work related to this kind of thing. Asking them to accurately find one of the components, or even a whole, from the massive amount of rules was really difficult. Well, it was really difficult. It was like turning around and plunging into the vast sea of people in the realm of the gods, and being told that the person you were looking for was in this huge world. Unfortunately, that person had just reincarnated, and no one knew where he was. It was 100 million times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. It was like fishing for sand at the bottom of the sea and to find the one and only one. It was impossible to do such a thing without 10 generations of cerebral hemorrhages. He was talking about himself. He heard that from the resentment of those who were looking for him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It took me 5 days just to find this thing. 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. "You guys just sit there and flip the flower rope. I've been putting it together and blowing it up all day long. I've blown it up and put it back together again. This fragmented temple of origin has been repeatedly destroyed tens of thousands of times." Jing Yun's face twitched when she heard that. She clutched her chest as it hurt again. "I didn't expect it to be so complicated." Sui Feng rolled his eyes as well, indicating that he was half dead. "What's next? Is it going to be a new energy tower?" "Not so fast." Yin Nuashing sighed, half dead. "Anyway, we have to modify the space of creation as well. If the core of the Temple of Origins only retains this single functional space, we can accordingly fill up this part of the function. Otherwise, when the new energy tower is created, we won't find that it can't be built. That would be awkward." When everyone heard that, they all collapsed to the ground. Why did such a simple thing have so many steps? Hui looked haggard. "There are too many things to do. There are too many things to do. Isn't there a simpler way?" Yin Nuashing looked at him, took a deep breath, and nodded in affirmation. "There is. Such as..." Everyone became spirited and asked in unison. "We have more than 100 people. Let's count a little more. We'll pull 10,000 people and then drag 100 million energy sources and the Fortress of Origins into the underworld. Pop, we'll die together. Congratulations, congratulations." See, without the energy tower, we don't even have to care about the Temple of Origins. Everyone was speechless. Did that mean that they were not going to solve the problem at hand, and were going to kill the enemy along with themselves? What if we don't kill them? Hui laughed bitterly. "Don't kill them?" Yin Nuashing waved her hand exaggeratedly. "Puffed. We're already dead if we don't. What else do you want to do? What else can you do? Then let's just take it one step at a time." Everyone smiled bitterly. It was better not to use this kind of unrealistic style of fighting to one's death. Chapter 1872. War. From the bottom of my heart, it was really a time-consuming, troublesome, and annoying thing. Especially when I knew that I was at a disadvantage and had to risk my life to make up for it while the enemy was still scheming against me. I felt that this wasn't fun at all. However, this wasn't something that could be solved with just a few words or a word of fun. If it wasn't necessary, who would like to risk their lives fighting in the void? But the truth was right in front of me. They needed to fight. Yep, they needed to counterattack. But as for the underworld, forget it. They no longer treated them as life forms of order. Unreasonable and reasonable were words that were reserved for life forms of order. Order and chaos didn't need any reason or reason to fight. All they needed to do was to turn their heads or glance at you in a sea of people. The next second, They would pick up a knife or a brick and treat the entire void as their battlefield, instantly igniting the flames of battle. They would beat the enemy until their own mother couldn't recognize them. They would either strangle the enemy to death or kill themselves. There were no other endings apart from that. TSK. Now that things had reached this stage, it wasn't like he wanted to give any reason or reason. They had already fought for 5 eras, so why would they care about any reason? The underworld had already placed a knife on their main artery, so how could they possibly allow themselves to be slaughtered? For those who had such thoughts, he suggested that they should be captured and recited Maple's 3 great creeds, and then recite it to Lady Green 10 billion times, recklessly enter the void, and stubbornly persist in going about things the wrong way. TSK. It wouldn't be easy to attack them, as they are all life forms of order. That's right, I'll first throw them into the void of chaos, dye them in the color of chaos, where the enemy's clothes, and stab them. As long as I'm not attacking my own teammates, there won't be any problems. Actually, the main point of his recitation was that there were too many things to prepare for this battle. Things were piled up one after another like a mission list, and it didn't take long for him to be completely buried in the back. No matter how fast he tried to deal with them, there seemed to be no end to these things. Every time he completed a task, another task would appear in front of him, and it was highly possible that he would be cutting in line. Yes, cutting the queue. He remembered Maple saying that he wanted to torment the source laws, but looking at the situation now, the quest list that was posted at the back had cut the queue and thrown the source laws far behind. After 10,000 years of splitting his attention to deal with the source laws, he had just touched the beginning, and then there was no more. Maple, you're such a busy man. I wonder if I'll be slapped to the bottom of the void if I whisper the source law into his ear while he's busy with the space of creation and the new energy tower. Clang! We quickly threw the shards in his hand onto the ground, causing a loud noise. We patted his butt and stood up. As if they had agreed, a few people on this colorful plane stood up together after hearing the noise and quickly gathered together. We felt that his smash was similar to throwing a cup as a signal, except that he did not pull out his knife. Everyone raised their heads to look at the commotion, but they didn't find it strange at all. They simply let out an "oh" in their hearts and acted as if nothing had happened. Lowering their heads, they continued to piece together the fortress of origin. Hui waved his hand and walked out while muttering to the person beside him, "How many days has it been?" "Actually, it's only been 5 days." Sui Feng replied and glanced outside the sanctum of creation. "I think it's about time. This time, we're not changing the entire sanctum of origin. We're just messing around with this space of creation, so it shouldn't take too long." "Hiss, look outside." This gasp made everyone's heart skip a beat. When they looked at the observer space together, their faces twitched fiercely. Even though they had expected this, seeing the scene was still a little. The degree of shock was far beyond their psychological bottom line. The vast sea of energy had completely disappeared. A real transformation had happened in just a few dozen days. Now, the observer space could no longer hear the sound of waves, the sound of the sea surging, and the giant waves that rolled up billions of miles high in the sky. At this moment, the only things that remained in this space were special world-like clusters and some high-concentration energy aggregates, hanging alone in the space like abandoned objects. Heavens, the entire sea of energy has been used up? Huey's jaw almost dislocated again. The shock made him dizzy, and he held his forehead. 5 eras. 5 eras of effort. Gone just like that. Everyone felt like their hearts were being torn apart. They had prepared 5 eras worth of blood, sweat, and tears. It was a powerful trump card to deal with the underworld. They had personally witnessed the entire process of this blood, sweat, and tears being transformed into something else at a high speed. Although they knew that it was just a change of form and that it was not a waste, but 5 eras, 5 eras. 5 eras was enough for the concept of time to change the void and for the mortal world to move back and forth millions of times. A huge distortion suddenly appeared in the observer space, and everyone was stunned. They looked at each other and gave up on the idea of going to the busy observer. They turned around and went to the observer space to check the situation. The appearance of the large-scale distortion gave them a very bad feeling. Hui and the others came from the creation sanctum to the observer space. They stopped in front of the huge distortion. It was a space with a radius of 10,000 miles. At this time, it was still gathering the power of space to forcibly open the space here. Hui was about to touch the distortion in front of him, but the ladder opened a crack first. A figure quickly came out of it, and they were stunned. Jing Yuanji, who had just come out, breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to continue to deal with the distortion behind her, but first saw the stunned group in front of her. She quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lord Hui. Lord Hui, the Void Patrol team has sent back a batch of world groups. Please help to receive them. Hui opened his mouth wide and looked at Jing Yuanji with an extremely complicated gaze. He patted her on the shoulder and sighed. This matter may need your observer to come out and deal with it. Look behind us. Jing Yuanji was stunned. She turned her head and looked behind them. Then she was stunned. In the past, every time she came to the observer space, she would always see the sea of energy immediately. At this time, there was not even a trace of it. Only the world groups and energy aggregates were still at the bottom of the sea. There was no sound of the waves in her ears, which also confirmed that she was not hallucinating. What happened in the observer space? Why is Lord Maple's sea of energy? It's a long story. Hui smiled bitterly. His face was full of pain. We'll know when we go and see that guy later. Anyway, let's pull the things in first and let him have his own headache. Jing Yuanji nodded blankly. She turned around and waved her hand to freeze the entire distorted space, tearing a huge rift. Hui and the others also helped to tear the entire space apart piece by piece. Hidden behind was a bunch of things that looked like grapes strung together into a pile. Those were the densely packed world light orbs, which could forcibly open the spatial rift with a radius of thousands of miles. How many did you bring back at one time? Hui was dumbfounded when he saw that amount. He quickly tore a bigger rift in the space and reached out to slowly pull a bunch of world light orbs into the observer space. At present, we have received a total of 1/3 of them. The remaining 2/3 are still on the way to carry out missions. However, in the next few days, the completed missions will be sent to Node 01 after another. Jing Yuanji reported. She could not help but look at the empty space in front of her. She could not help but ask, I just did not expect the sea of energy. What should we do now? I don't know. We'll have to let that idiot handle it himself. A large bunch of world light orbs pulled out from the spatial rift filled the vision in front of them. They were arranged in an orderly manner, covering an unknown area. They were placed in the place where the sea of energy should have been and carefully protected with energy. The world light orbs here were all stained with traces and aura of being crushed back and forth by the precursors of the void turbulence. They were cargo ships returning with a full load. They were all filled with void concept fragments, as well as normal fragments of shattered rules and order. Just by gathering them here, they could cause a storm formed by the fragments of rules, order, and void. It would be extremely comfortable to jump in and take a spin, leaving layers of barriers behind to confirm that there should be no problem for the time being. Hui clapped his hands. Okay, let's go and see what that guy is up to. These fragments are still active, but it's inevitable that there will be other mistakes if we leave them for a while. Let him deal with it quickly. Now that the sea of energy is exhausted and we don't know how to deal with this thing, let him deal with it first. Inside the sanctuary of creation, the energy space where Yun Nuashing was stationed. Foam, hurry up and come out to cause trouble. Your express delivery has just been sent back from the depths of the void. Hurry up and sign for it. Hui took the lead and yelled at the top of his lungs. He thought that he would hear all kinds of energy explosions and then be smashed into the void by a brick. He even made defensive preparations and got into a horse stance. However, the entire energy space was quiet, and everyone who walked in was stunned. The spatial rifts across the space were all closed. They were originally used to mobilize the sea of energy in the observer space. Now that the sea of energy was exhausted, it was normal for it to disappear. Wait, it seemed that it was not completely exhausted. There was still a small pool in the depths of this space. It's really exhausted. Whee! And the others came to the side of the small pool that was less than 100 feet in length, width, and height. Looking at the energy pool in front of them, their faces twitched a few times. They thought that only the part of the sea of energy left outside had been used up. In fact, the sea of energy had been moved into this space. They did not expect that it had been used up completely. A square box floated in the space next to the sea of energy. It was the space of creation of the sanctum of origin. The door was open, and there was turbulent energy rolling and spewing out from inside. The degree of condensation of this energy was not comparable to a few days ago. It seemed that he had successfully handled the space of creation, but why didn't he inform them? What a powerful origin law, coupled with this level of origin energy. It seems to be almost comparable to Brother AI and the others. At this time, the space of creation can even reach the level of the space of creation of the sanctum of creation. Brother Lay grabbed the energy in front of him and held it in his hand. His expression changed several times. What kind of changes did he make in the past few days? God knows, but we'll probably know if we take a look at the situation of this thing. Hui pointed at the small pool of energy behind him, then shrugged and swaggered toward this space of creation. As he walked, he shouted, "The sun is out and shining on your butt. Phone, you lazy bum. Hurry up and get up. Get up and receive the express delivery." The group squeezed into the space of creation, and the majestic origin energy and origin law that rushed towards them made them feel a wave of pressure. Just as they were about to release their own energy to resist, a faint light fell on them, and the pressure on them suddenly disappeared. They were surprised for a moment, and then raised their heads to look inside the space of creation. At this time, the 6 walls of the space of creation were engraved with the origin mark. If they guessed correctly, Yin Nuashing should have branded all 147 marks, and even part of the origin sacred sigil was branded on it. The wall of the new sanctum of origin space of creation was also shaped like this. Well, there was no resentment here. In the center of the space of creation, there were 20 magic circles, which were only 10 meters in size, that barely formed an unsealed spherical shape. When they were aligned with the space in the center, they could faintly feel that the energy of the entire space of creation would eventually flow to the center. In addition, there were many energy magic circles engraved on the wall. Countless magic circles were all stacked together like a round pancake. These energy magic circles were slowly operating on their own and were rotating in an orderly manner. They slowly floated out of the wall and extended a distance into the space inside the space of creation. When they got close to the 20 magic circles, they would slowly retreat after sticking to the nearest one. Only when they separated one by one could they see that the wall was not a round pancake, but many magic circles stacked together. Although they had no idea what this action meant, since he made it, he should have his own ideas in it. "Well, phone," Hui shouted again at the top of his voice. He scratched his head in confusion. Did this guy go out? I don't remember this guy suddenly turning around and slipping away without leaving a word. Jing Yuanji walked around outside and returned to the space of creation. She shook her head and said, "I didn't see Master Phone." When she was about to use the soul seed to find Little Star's location, Feng Qinghuang's eyes trembled. In the light of the entire hall, she saw something out of place. She quickly lowered her head and rubbed her eyes to make sure that it wasn't an illusion caused by the energy in the hall. She then hurried over and said, "Look over there, Qinghuang." "Why?" Hui shouted. When he walked over, he saw Feng Qinghuang pick up a head-sized ball of light from the ground. He immediately jumped up and ran over. Everyone was startled. Sui Feng looked at the ball of light in Feng Qinghuang's arms. He tilted his head and frowned. He pointed at the ball of light with uncertainty and said, "Is this?" Hui poked the ball of light with a troubled expression. After a while, the troubled expression on his face turned into a mosaic. Oh, this is foam. Everyone was speechless. How did this guy turn into a ball of light without saying anything? The group of people hurriedly gathered energy and soaked the ball of light in the energy. After a while, the ball of light trembled slightly, and a blurry and transparent figure suddenly appeared from it. It was the figure of Yin Nuoshing, who was nowhere to be seen. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was only a slight collapse caused by excessive energy consumption, and it was not to the extent of danger. Wow, that was too dangerous. We wiped his cold sweat and sighed. This guy was still losing energy. I'm afraid he'll fall into a deep breakdown in a short while. We'll have to send him to the spiritual temple to be rescued. Sui Feng wiped his sweaty face. Good heavens. Brother Feng has to be sent to the spiritual temple every once in a while. If it were us, he would definitely be a frequent visitor to the Fortress of Origin's recovery room. He would be sent to the Fortress of Origin every few days. Everyone chuckled bitterly. It was all because this guy was too much of a troublemaker. No. They couldn't let him work alone. They had to find someone to watch over him. Otherwise, when they were putting together the Fortress of Origin and ignored him for a few days, they would suddenly feel that a certain observer in their souls was gone. It would feel like a horror story. But, see, you poked the face of little Star, who had fallen asleep, and said in a low voice, "But Sister Ming Ming and Shuang Shuang are both in his soul world. Why didn't they say anything?" Hui was sweating profusely. They must have forgotten about it. You can't expect those who live with him to notice that something happened to the house in time. The group of people were busy for 10 minutes before Yin Nuoshing finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a wrinkled face. He could not help but blink and raise his hand to greet them. "Good morning." "Morning, my ass." Hui punched him in the head and scolded. "What the hell are you doing here? Why did you suddenly collapse? Why didn't you say anything before you collapsed? Do you know that you'd have to lie in the spiritual temple for 10 or 20 days if we came a little later?" Yin Nuoshing calmly gave him a thumbs up. "I bet you'll be here soon." Hui was stunned. Everyone was speechless. Well, it was the victory of their best friend's soul, as expected of a best friend who had known each other for a dozen years. How could they bet on that? Let's get down to business. Hui rolled his eyes at him. "What did you do? Why did you almost lose your life?" "I was dealing with the structural core between creations." With the help of the two girls, Yin Nuoshing raised his hand and pointed at the hall. "I threw out the other structural rules in the shell of the structural core of the Temple of Origin, leaving only the rules between creations. This freed up a lot of capacity, so I tried my best to upgrade the level of the rules between creations. Because I used the energy and rules of the Relic of Origin, I accidentally used up too much." Yin Nuoshing knocked his head. Hee. Everyone was speechless. No, this was not the time to hee, right? This guy with a super overlord capacity would also run out of energy one day. They thought that he would only run out of energy when he fought with the Chaos Conceptual Body and the Prime Premier. They did not expect that he would be drained by the Relic of Origin first. Hui pointed outside expressionlessly. "Your sea of energy." "Oh, isn't there still a little energy pool?" "No, that's the only source left." Yin Nuoshing shook his head. "I've already used up 2/3 of the sea of energy structural source. If I use any more, there will be a collapse reaction. It will take as long as 200,000 years to reconstruct the source of the sea of energy, but the remaining part will recover after a while." "Aren't there still some special world light orbs outside? And your energy aggregates, can't they be used?" "I have plans for them. Because I have taken into account the follow-up arrangements, they can't be used." Yin Nuoshing yawned and spread his hands. "Just as I was rushing to the last step, I realized that I had used up all my energy. If I gave up now, I would have to recreate it again. But opportunities are fleeting, and I wasn't confident that I could recreate it to this level again. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth and use up my own energy. You all know how quickly energy is drained when you use an origin relic to maintain rule, order, energy form. Well, I just didn't expect to squeeze myself dry." Everyone clutched their chests in pain. Aside from the depletion of the sea of energy, 2/3 of the origin construct had been used up. That was truly a wolf's tale. The item that they had painstakingly prepared for 5 years had been used up just like that. If it had been them, it would not have been a decision that could be made with gritting their teeth, and they might not have been so resolute even if they had ground their teeth until they broke. Even mortals who sold their family heirlooms would have to be cautious and indecisive, and yet that fellow had thrown them out without even thinking about it. He rolled his eyes. Fine, fine, fine. You've used up your sea of energy, and we've just received a delivery. What are you going to do with it? Yin Nuashing suddenly became a little spirited, her translucent body glowing faintly as she turned to Yuanji. Is it the world group that brought back the fragments that were left behind by the precursors of the void turbulence? Jing Yuanji nodded. At present, only 1/3 of the fragments have been brought back. The remaining materials will be brought to Node 0 in the next few days. Yes, and the Void Patrol team has left with a new batch of world group. According to the information they brought back, the precursors of the void turbulence's permanent point is still quite stable. Let's use this time to make a few more rounds. Just as well, this is the perfect time to use part of the void concept fragments. Yin Nuashing nodded and was about to walk out when she paused after 2 steps and looked back at the creation room. By the way, the modification of the creation room has been completed. It is now self-replicating, and it should only take a day to complete this time. Everyone was stunned. He dug his ears. Dear Lady Observer, are you joking with me? No, I spent a lot of effort to make it not occupy the creation sanctum space. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he quickly poured a bucket of cold water on them. Don't be so happy. There are restrictions between such creations. First of all, they retain their original resonance, the resonance of the sanctum of origins. It is also because of this that it can achieve self-replication. You can treat the one in front of you as the main body, and the others are its replicated mirror images or clones. While they retain their original functions, they are not real existences. Well, because we accidentally pulled its level up to a little higher than the creation sanctum could not create it, so we had to find another way. Everyone could not help but grumble inwardly. How could such things be careless? It was obvious from the way you looked at your creation with too much satisfaction. It was definitely intentional. Because of the relationship between the main body and the replicas, there's an upper limit to their numbers. The upper limit is a few hundred more than the number of frontline nodes in the void. 1,900? I forgot how many 900, but it's roughly like that. Anyway, the replicas will be completely split in 11 days. Now, all that's left is the matter of the new energy tower. So, there's no time to lose. Hurry and receive the most important material. We have to get this done in 11 days. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and quickly walked out. Everyone felt that something was not right when they heard that. That kind of connected tone and words, Hui followed with his eyes wide open. Wait a minute, Foam. Listening to what you're saying, you're not thinking of using the origin energy, the origin precepts, and the void concept fragment as the core of the new energy tower, are you? Correct, but no prize. Yin Nuashing gave a thumbs up without looking back. Everyone, heavens, can someone please stop this guy? He's completely out of control. No. Didn't you plan to use that part to, nourish your sea of energy? Hui was sweating profusely. He almost could not keep up with Feng's train of thought. That's right. The sea of energy needs to be dealt with, and the energy tower also needs to be dealt with. There's no problem, no conflict. Yin Nuashing continued to speak in a matter-of-fact tone. As she spoke, her footsteps suddenly stopped, and the aura on her body changed. Everyone looked at her, and their hearts thumped. Subconsciously, they had a bad feeling. Do you think we can dig out a part of the area where the void turbulence's precursors exploded? Yin Nuashing said seriously. Since an entire part of the void can be dug out, then digging out a part of the area where the void turbulence's precursors exploded should also be. Everyone was shocked. They no longer had the energy to complain. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. They're already used to it. He pulled his face and said with a ferocious expression, I beg you, Feng Ling, please be a human. Yin Nuashing said righteously, I'm not a human. They said it themselves. Everyone. Chapter 1873. I need more energy and more materials. When Yun Nuashing stepped out of the creation sanctum and saw a large number of world groups lined up in the observer space, he promptly waved his hand and spoke energetically, his imposing manner leaving everyone a little stunned. Boom! A loud rumble instantly responded to his voice. It was the sound of a special world cluster that had settled at the bottom of the sea, abruptly turning into a firework. 7 or 8 of them exploded in response, with endless energy gushing out and fusing with the remaining 1/3 of the sea of energy. The space that had been empty a moment ago was occupied by colorful luster in the span of a few breaths. Everyone watched as the barren land before them was engulfed by a vast sea of energy and devoured the world cluster that carried the void concept fragment. Their mouths gaped. Well, they had gotten used to it. They had really gotten used to it. Even so, they were still shocked. So this was what he meant when he said that there was a place to go. Releasing the energy in 7 or 8 special world-like clusters at once to replenish the depleted sea of energy, and letting the partially recovered sea of energy melt the express delivery that had just been brought back. This was very possible. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It was just that it was a little out of their expectations. So far, it seemed that everything was within his calculations. The energy sea expanded rapidly before everyone's eyes, spreading towards the edge of the world visibly to the edge of sight. Even if there was only a thin layer of the energy sea left and could not compare to the majestic energy sea before it was consumed, it already had the momentum and boundless will of an ocean. The familiar sound of waves once again rang beside their ears, and it left everyone feeling a little nostalgic. That was the observer space that they were familiar with. The observer space, without the surging energy sea, was truly soulless. The massive energy sea devoured all the world groups that Yuan Ji had brought back, and the swarming energy rapidly dismantled them step by step. First, they were separated into individual bodies, and then separated, the world lumens that served as carriers being directly fused. As for the main dish, the void concept shard, it had to be explored by the power of order and order for a while before being fused into the energy sea to strengthen the evolution of the entire energy sea. The special world lumens and energy assemblages that were hanging in the space had now returned to the embrace of the energy sea, using the energy of the energy sea to evolve itself while releasing resonant energies to accelerate the evolution of the energy sea. It was already quick enough to fuse those world groups with massive amounts of energy, and with the influence of this part of resonance, the speed was increased by several times. The drastic change that occurred in a short period of time caused the energy sea to boil and churn. Splash! Looking at the billowing wave that was 1,000,000 miles high, everybody couldn't help but raise their heads. Their eyes followed the wave to the sky, and then they watched it hit the surface of the sea below, causing even bigger splashes. They couldn't help but sigh. Every time they looked at the familiar energy wave at close range, they felt that it could kill them with one slap. 2/3 of the energy sea's structural roots had been lost. It was a helpless move, but it was also a part that could be abandoned after careful consideration, and he had done his best to choose the part with the least impact. Now, using the void concept shard, various broken rule shards, order shards, energy shards, origin relics energies, and rules, it was not a bad choice to piece together the 2/3 of the core. Compared to strengthening the energy sea step by step, it was far faster to directly modify and strengthen the structural roots. That is, it was also why he had bombed the Shrine of Origins. He would never have done so under normal circumstances, but now, he had the idea of going with the flow when he saw that the energy had been depleted. Well, it was a sudden thought, probably a minute before he used 2/3 of the structural roots. The energy sea is in a state of rapid recovery. At that step, Yin Nuashing turned and made a no-problem gesture. The reconstruction of the structural roots is faster than expected, and it may recover in less than 2 days. When that time comes, its growth rate of absorbing energy from a void would be faster than before. You saw that part of its structural roots had been used, and even modified along the way? We said, glaring. Yes, it's a rare opportunity, so of course I have to fix it. After all, when I first condensed the energy sea, I did not come into contact with as many materials as I do now, and the conditions back then were far worse than now. It's too slow to affect the internal structural roots from the outside, especially when the energy sea has evolved to such a massive extent. Replacing or strengthening the structural roots would be more troublesome than dismantling an origin relic, and the cost and benefits are completely disproportionate. That's why I didn't have such an idea at first, but since I accidentally exhausted it, then I'll just go with the flow and deal with it. Yun Nuashing shrugged and spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if it didn't matter that he had spent 5 epochs worth of effort. It's indeed painful to spend 5 epochs worth of effort, but since it has a corresponding value, let alone 5 epochs worth, even if it's 50 epochs worth of effort, it's still worth it. This time, changing a part of the structure of the sea of energy was a flash of inspiration, and I gave myself a reminder. It's an unexpected gain. Everyone sighed inwardly. That's what you say, 5 eras of effort. Yin Nuashing, who was speeding up the evolution of the sea of energy, suddenly froze. He was stunned. We saw that his expression was not right. How could a translucent energy life form have a face that was so pale that it was transparent? He quickly asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the energy sea? Is the transformation too fast?" No, it's still under control. The magnitude of the energy oscillation is far from the point where it could cause any problems, but Yin Nuashing frowned and smiled bitterly at Yuanji. I accidentally used up all of the world group and forgot to leave some for the evolution of the new energy tower. Yuanji, can you give me a batch in short time? Everyone, it's still all right if you forgot. It seems like he wasn't lying when he said he was feeling heartache. When he saw the signs of the sea of energy changing, strengthening, and restoring, he immediately wanted to fill it up. In the end, he forgot about another matter. Jing Yuanji blinked in response and communicated with the Void Patrol Party through soul communication. She then shook her head. At present, every Void Patrol Party is in the middle of a mission, and none of them have just completed their task and are about to return. The earliest they could do is wait. They said it could be tomorrow. After all, they brought a considerable number of world radiances in one go, and the destruction rate of the precursors of void turbulence is a little slow. Well, there's no rush. Tell everyone to be careful and don't make any mistakes. Yin Nuashing waved his hand. I'll explore the core of the new energy tower. Huey's heart was once again in suspense at that. Is the new structural core really going to condense, as you think? Do you want to think about it again? TSK, the creations have all been changed to match the new energy tower that is about to arrive. If we change our minds at the last minute, wouldn't it mean that all my previous efforts were in vain? Yin Nuashing shrugged. It's fine. It's not a big problem. No, I think there's a big problem. We pointed at Maple with an indifferent face. Look at your transparent appearance. How convincing do you think it is when you say it's not a big problem? Yin Nuashing. That. Cough, cough. Anyway, there's still a part of the material that hasn't been taken out, right? Let's get a feel for it and rehearse it. Rehearse it. Everyone's eyes were indifferent, making it clear that they did not believe anything that this guy said. They did not keep an eye on him the last time, and he had played himself into a ball. Who knows if the next time they see him would be in the spiritual temple if they turned around and left now. He laughed dryly as he took out the energy towers from the pendant. From left to right, there were several types of energy towers that were commonly used in the Void frontline. The first was an ordinary energy tower whose core was strengthened bit by bit from the laws and energy of the realm of the gods. It was at the end of the road, and even if it was strengthened once or twice, it would only be a difference of 50 steps and 100 steps. The second energy tower was molded with his origin energy and a little bit of origin law as its core. It was the energy tower that was the main source of the frontline's attacks, and there was definitely room for improvement. The third and subsequent energy towers were all categorized into special energy towers, such as personal energy towers, special energy towers, and that energy tower purely made of concentrated origin crystals. That attack had gathered two-thirds of the front line's forces to cripple three high-ranking primeval of the underworld. That special energy tower had been prepared with a lot of effort to deal with the high-ranking primeval of the underworld, but even after a long preparation, it was still almost not enough power. The current situation in the Void frontline was categorized according to the nature of those three energy towers. Ordinary energy towers were the most numerous and were also the most basic of basics. At first, they were the most basic offensive force, but as the level of the battle increased, their firepower began to become insufficient. In the simplest chaotic battle in the Void, they would be allowed to fire randomly at the Void, and when the level of the battle increased, they would be converted to energy-gathering form, gathering energy to assist the Origin Energy Tower to unleash powerful order blasts and attack certain particularly lethal individuals of the underworld, such as Chaos Aggregates. As for Special Energy Towers, those were basically not used when the high-ranking primeval of the underworld did not show up. It may sound complicated, but all three were actually using the same structural core. It was just a change of outer layer, just like the comparison between the new and old temples of Origins. The new energy tower would more or less be handled in the same way. But the real change was that the structural core would be replaced with one condensed from the energies and rules of the Origin relics, becoming a completely new type of energy tower. As everyone knew, the word troublesome was written from head to toe on the new model. Even if they could try using the outer layer of the current energy tower, they could simply make a completely new type of energy tower, since the core was about to be replaced. Under the premise of retaining the basic functions of the original energy tower, they would not hesitate to increase their defenses, preferably to the point where one energy tower could be used as an order disintegration circle. Indeed, he would not be stingy with his firepower when dealing with the underworld. If it was not for the fact that the Origin of Chaos was not a good fit for an energy tower, he would have made a batch of such energy towers for himself right now. It was just a one-time thing, and when the time came, he could simply throw them around and let fireworks explode in the Void. Huey's face was full of fear. By then, it won't be a matter of insufficient firepower anymore. If you really let Origin, Primal Chaos, explode in the Void, one explosion after another, one explosion for a minute, and one cycle every half a minute, then the ones who will suffer the most will definitely be our family members. It's basically a disaster for our family members. Your indiscriminate firepower has already made our family members use to backstroke in the Void. Last time, they were even discussing with me who could swim faster in the Void between the Void and Origin. Void. Yin washing, ahem. Anyway, it's just a thought. There's no way to divert it at all, so there's no need to be so agitated. Yin washing coughed a few times awkwardly. Well, it's just a thought. There are some real thoughts in it, but it's just a pity that there's no way to do it. Let's skip the digression and return to the matter of the energy tower. Ahem. In short, I have a general idea. As for the direction, it will probably be the same as the new Origin Sanctum. There won't be a problem in handing over the creation of the new energy tower to the new creation. Although I have a general direction, I still have to slightly modify and adjust it. Since I put in so much effort, I have to unleash the power of the new creation of order to the limit, right? The gap between us and the underworld is an entire void of order, and we can only rely on a little exquisite, excellent, and special thing to make up for it. Not to say to make up for the shortcomings, but at least we have to pull the power of the new creation of order to the same level, right? We thought for a while and said, to sum it up, we have to modify the creation of order in the direction of madness. The more madness, the better. In short, we have to maximize the power first. Within the reach of our hands, only the torrent of energy is the light of truth in the Void. For the sake of Origin and order. Yin Nuashing's face twitched. Go to hell with Origin, in the name of Mother * King Chaos. Everyone was speechless. This guy has been driven to the brink of insanity by Origin. But actually, if he used the power of chaos, there was actually a little advantage. The people of the underworld only had some kind of agreement with the concept of chaos to obtain the power of chaos, but the people of the underworld themselves still belonged to order. If Yin Nuoxing used the power of chaos to deal with them, it would indeed have a miraculous effect. Well, in short, that's it. You guys go back and continue to work on the Fort of Origin. I'll stay here and work on the new energy tower. Before the New World Group arrives, I'll deal with the energy of origin and the law of origin first. No, this time, we have to leave someone to watch over you. You've just been pieced together and you're still transparent. Do you really want to toss yourself into the spiritual sanctum? Before Yin Nuoxing's voice fell, he was met with strong condemnation and opposition from a group of people. His entire body shook. He scratched his head and muttered, "That's something outside of the calculation. It won't. All right, I'll be more stable, okay?" It would be strange if they really believed his words. Seeing his eyes flickering with a bizarre glint, it was clear that he had all kinds of weird ideas. If they really didn't leave someone here, they would have gone to the spiritual temple to pay a visit to this lunatic. In the end, Siyu and Feng Qingwang stayed here to watch over the observer without any resistance. The others returned to the other space to continue working on the Fort of Origin. To forcibly use the energy of origin and the law of origin in the relic of origin would require a huge amount of energy. It was definitely impossible to rely on himself in his normal state. Yin Nuoxing also knew this, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. Before Jing Yuanji sent over a part of the world group, he was accelerating the evolution of the sea of energy. This vast sea of energy was the foundation for him to mobilize the power of the relic of origin. In addition, his translucent appearance was not very good. The way the two girls looked at him made him feel uncomfortable. Before he made a move, he had to restore his state of mind. Oh, and the two girls in his soul. They had done their best when they helped him just now. Now that they were unconscious, he had to let them rest. I Ching did not wander around outside with the Void Patrol team. Instead, he stayed in Node 0 and took a look at the world on the front line. He wanted to see if there was anything that needed to be adjusted after being covered by the energy of origin and the law of origin. To put it bluntly, he was patrolling the world on the front line and checking the situation there. Right now, 1/5 of the life forms on the front line came from the world on the front line. Most of them were at reciprocity, and only a very small number of them had become primeval gods. They had all fought together on the front line for a very long time. Well, there were veterans and rookies in the world on the front line. There were quite a few new Empyrean gods of origin who knew about everything that happened here because they were close to the front line. Perhaps there were some who had secretly come here a long time ago to check out the situation. Information on the front line was open to the world on the front line without reservation. The life forms in the world on the front line all knew about this. There were actually quite a few people who came to watch out of curiosity after hearing about the war on the front line. They were very obedient and did not disturb them. Both sides knew why the other was here. Those who came to the front line did not complain at all. As for those who simply wanted to live in their own world, well, there were people like that. Every world had them, so it was not surprising. This was a very normal choice. Not everyone liked war, and not everyone could face war. This was a question of whether they could, not a question of whether they wanted to. Life feared death and battle, but there were also life forms who liked to fight and kill. This was a very normal principle in the void. What's between the creations that Lord Maple sent over? What's between the creations? He even specifically said that it was to be sent to logistics. Could it be because the Origin Sanctum had to deal with the collapse of the energy towers due to the surge of energy? I Ching scratched his head at Jing Yuanji's words. That's true. The energy towers are under logistics in the first place, and it doesn't feel right for them to always occupy the Origin Sanctum's position. It's understandable that the Sanctum of Origin would create Origin energy towers and special energy towers, but it's not worth it to deal with normal energy towers. Still, in the front line, only the energy towers created by the Sanctum of Origin could last a considerable amount of time in the realm of order, although it's still far from the energy towers of the past. Jing Yuanji paused. She had been dealing with the world group that the Void Roaming Party had reclaimed over the last couple of days, leaving the matter of the nodes to I Ching and hence not asking about the front line. Just these 2 days? It's already that serious? Yes. Oh no. I Ching replied, before shuddering and shaking his head. It's not serious, it's rather special. It's just that the new Sanctum of Origin had taken over the realm of order, increasing the power of the warriors and energy towers in the entire realm by dozens of times. Everyone is fine, just that they're acting like they're high on drugs and a little too excited. As for the energy towers, well, due to their own structural problems, they could not withstand the powerful energy of the realm of order and would self-destruct once the rate of depletion drops below 60%. We stopped throwing them out when the rate of depletion reached 58, and that way, the energy towers will be depleted almost twice as fast. After all, the original energy towers could still be forcibly stabilized by replacing the energy crystals when they were at 90%. Now, they have to be replaced at 55%, and when the rate of depletion reaches 58%, an energy tower would be destroyed. As a result, it's not just the energy towers, but the energy crystals as well. I Ching covered his face and sighed. Recently, the logistics department has been complaining every day, saying that the accumulation of reserve power is stuck again. The current rate of depletion in production can offset it, but the accumulation of reserve power has slowed down because of this, and it's almost zero. Jing Yuanji was speechless. This matter was more troublesome than she had thought, and they had been delayed from the beginning to the end. Lord Maple probably knew that this would happen after knowing that the new Sanctum of Origin had detonated the energy towers, so he hurriedly dealt with the energy towers. Let's not talk about that first. The front line is fine now, and there won't be any problems for the time being. I Ching waved his hand and looked at the light in his hand. So what's the use of this space of creation? It's indeed as you think for the logistics department, but it's a little different from what you think. Jing Yuanji slowly told I Ching about what she had heard in the Sanctum of Creation, and then nodded to I Ching. That's it. You go and deal with the logistics. The new energy towers created by the space of creation will be stronger than the ones created by the new Sanctum of Origin, but it's just a drop in the bucket. The most important thing is to see Lord Maple's new energy tower. I see. A new energy tower, huh? It's worth looking forward to, very much so. I Ching nodded. Everyone will have to work a little harder these days, and just hold on for a while. When Lord Maple moves the new energy tower out, the strength of the front line will reach another level. Oh, it's not hard at all. I Ching scratched his head and nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Everyone is very excited. Yes, very excited. It seems that they're not used to using the energy towers with the support of the Realm of Order. Instead, they pulled out and charged forward. We have a small team here, 6 beginner-tier primeval. Just 6 people. They fought their way to the Abyssal Death Mist Rift and blocked the 6 rifts there for an entire day, and that energy slowly reseeded back in the Realm of Order. Jing Yuanji laughed dryly. The new Sanctum of Origin that Lord Maple has modified, the blessings on it, are all of the Berserk side. I Ching could not help but cover his face and smile bitterly. The new Sanctum of Origin that Lord Maple moved out. One could imagine that when the new energy towers were moved out, the front line, well, it would probably be fanatical, and the degree of fanaticism and mania would probably rise to another level. Chapter 1874. The way void turbulence destroyed the void was like chopping down a tree and pouring a magma lake onto the remaining tree stump to completely burn down the ground within thousands of miles, turning the land into a barren land. Even if the land cooled down, it would still have to be pressed down hard so that it would be doomed eternally. To put it in common terms, it was like digging up the foundation, and the garbage produced in the process of digging up was the concept of void fragments. In order to understand this term, it could be considered as the foundation fragments, and that was the extent of it. Even if they were now primeval heavenly gods, mid-tier primeval at that, they could not casually dig out a piece of the void. Among the places they could come into contact with, perhaps only the movement caused by void turbulence could allow them to come into contact with void concept shards. However, their usage, and function, they did not understand at all. Well, they did not understand at all. Only Lord Feng knew what these things were used for and where they could be used. If it was too complicated and troublesome, they would temporarily ignore it. After all, they were not the producers of void concept fragments. They were just transporters in the endless void. They only needed to collect the fragments and move them over to Lord Feng. After that, they would stay by his side and listen to him talk about the use of the fragments. These are all the world groups from the first batch. Jing Yuanji arrived at the plaza beneath the tower of Node Zero when it was time to collect the items she had agreed upon with the Void Patrol Party on the second day. She was momentarily stunned when she saw the items being moved over. On the plaza, there were 70 to 80 spatial rifts. Huge clusters of world lights were displayed around the rifts. They were a connected world group. Only a part of them was exposed, while the rest were hidden behind the spatial rifts. Even so, they still filled up the entire plaza. The first batch of world groups are all here. Most of them are hidden in the space since we can't move them out. The leader of the Void Patrol Party shrugged at her. Seeing her shocked expression, he could not help asking, "Is there a problem?" There's a problem. Why do I feel that it's different from what I saw yesterday?" Jing Yuanji could not help asking. The world groups and world groups she received yesterday were not like this. The world group and world orbs displayed in the plaza were also a series of orbs. However, the orbs here were not like the normal orbs that glowed with white light. They were all in the shape of a pinched arc. A normal world orb appeared to have two parts. One part was a thin film of light, which was the world barrier. It emitted a faint white light, and inside it was a vast galaxy that filled the space within the world barrier. The appearance of each world orb was different, and this was related to the world orb itself. In front of him was a pile of world lights. All of them had changed into a different appearance. The world barrier was still in the shape of an ellipsoid and a sphere, and now it was releasing a faint purple light with the presence of the void. Inside, the scene of the galaxy had been squeezed into the shape of a flat bean, and on the other side was an unidentified object that was a mix of dark black and dark purple. It looked a little like a cloud condensed from the void, and it looked weird. Furthermore, it was not just one or two world orbs that looked like that. All of the world orbs displayed here looked like they had been inhumanely modified. So that's what it looks like. The Void Patrol Team leader's expression became a little troubled. He looked up at the orbs floating all over the square with Jing Yuanji and sighed with one hand on his hip. "It's definitely an anomaly, but we've checked and there's nothing wrong with the goods." No, we shouldn't be so sure. We should say that we didn't find anything wrong. When we checked, we only found that this part of the world orbs were contaminated with excessive void energy. Excessive? How much? I was the one who sent back that batch of world orbs the day before yesterday. During a routine inspection, I found that apart from being contaminated with void concept level fragments, they did not come into contact with much void energy. According to the calculation of the capacity of the entire world, they only came into contact with 3% void energy, about 7%, and most of it was void energy that came from the void concept level fragments. The Void Patrol Team leader sighed and turned to look at the world orbs. But the world orbs we brought back this time. It's weird that half of their capacity was taken up by void energy, but the amount of things inside the world orbs did not change. Jing Yuanji stroked her slightly furrowed brow. It means that the capacity of the world orbs had been forcibly doubled, and the original things only took up half of it, while the other half became void energy. That's it. The patrol team leader nodded. Yeah, I did a check for safety reasons. I didn't find any changes. There's nothing unusual about the void light orb either. It's not about to explode, nor are there any abnormal changes in the rules or order. The only thing is that its capacity has been forcibly doubled, and the extra half is void energy. Right, the void concept fragment is also in this half of void energy. The number of fragments has increased as well. Undetectable. The Void Patrol team leader shook his head. We can see the existence of void concept fragments, but there's no way to see how many there are. If we were to exaggerate, perhaps half of the void energy here contains void concept fragments. Jing Yuanji's frown deepened at that. Of the first batch of world orbs that contained void concept fragments, only the batch from 2 days ago was the same as the world orbs they had touched at the bottom of the void. The rest had all undergone unknown changes. My head hurts. Jing Yuanji rubbed her brow in distress. Bring these things that have undergone unknown changes to Lord Feng. The team leader looked at her hesitant look and felt a little helpless. If they could, they didn't want to bring important material over without knowing why, but they really didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, and they had no idea what this thing had experienced to become like this. Jing Yuanji asked, "Were there any abnormal changes in the void when processing the materials?" "No, we've been keeping an eye on them the whole time. What the permanent stations of the void turbulence looked like the day before yesterday. Until now, it's still the same. There's no change to speak of. I've asked everyone, and not just us, there's no change in other places." The team leader shook his head vigorously. Suddenly, his neck stiffened, and his expression changed for a while before he pinched his chin and muttered, "No, maybe we just can't discover if there's any abnormal changes. After all, from these mutated materials, there's obviously some change in those permanent stations that we can't detect. Otherwise, these world orbs would not have become like this." Jing Yuanji, ahem. "Anyway, I'll go and show it to Lord Feng first." She shook her head. Although she was a little embarrassed, this was not the time to fuss over these small things. They could not judge, so they could only let Lord Feng, who could judge, make the judgment. If there were any abnormal changes, they could just find a way to change it in time. By the way, let the other teams that have already set off pause for a while. Before I confirm the situation with Lord Feng, let them not be so anxious to bring the other unfinished goods to the permanent stations of the void turbulence. In the observer space, everyone who was busy with their own important matters was suddenly awakened by a dense and oppressive void aura at the same time. They all turned their attention to the observer space and saw a huge spatial vortex that covered thousands of miles of space. The deep purple and void aura constantly emanated from the center of the spatial vortex, startling everyone. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, can you come over?" "Oh, help me. The goods, the materials are all back." Jing Yuanji's voice was transmitted to the observer space and the creation sanctum, startling everyone. Hui, Sui Feng, and the others quickly came to the spatial vortex and looked up at the huge crack. Their faces twitched a few times. This is really an extra-large express delivery. The rest of the things are all back in one go, right? Huey's face twitched a few times. Didn't they say that it would take a while to come back one after another? Why are they all squeezed together at once? Jing Yuanji, who was at the entrance of the spatial vortex, laughed awkwardly. Everyone's efficiency is too high. Yes, after all, it was an urgent project personally ordered by the observer. It was understandable that everyone suddenly worked hard. It was just that this surprise was a little too big. Why is there such a large amount of void aura mixed in? While everyone was busy tearing apart the spatial whirlpool, Yin Nuoxing and the two girls were also stunned when they arrived at this place a step later. It's because when Jing Yuanji helped to tear open the spatial vortex, she smiled bitterly and quickly told Lord Feng the information she heard from the Void Patrol team captain. Everyone also pricked up their ears to listen. As they listened, their faces changed. The group's faces were so dark that they looked like rainbows. Oh, after listening, Yin Nuoxing's pretty face also frowned and relaxed. Her eyes were locked on a large pile of world light orbs pulled out from the huge spatial vortex. After a while, she stepped back for a while and first touched a world light orb in front of her. After looking at it for a while, she began to carefully explore it with the origin energy and origin law. Oh, as soon as she threw the origin energy in, Yin Nuoxing was startled. After a while, under everyone's strange gazes, she threw the entire world-light orb into the sea of energy below. When the sea of energy came into contact with the world-light orb, huge waves rolled up in an instant. The entire sea of energy surged with a somewhat hysterical and manic feeling, shocking everyone. Did she eat something bad? We couldn't help but mutter. He quickly said, "Phone, what's going on? Is there something wrong with that world-light orb?" The origin energy was melted the moment it was thrown in, but my consciousness managed to touch some fragments of fragments. Let me take a look first. Yin Nuashing spoke very slowly. He was not very sure, and he was not very sure about his own thoughts and speculations. Fragments of the concept of the void. No. It should be said that there are some changes in the void. If there are no accidents, UNG, let the Void Patrol team retreat for a while and stay at a safe distance to monitor the changes in the void turbulence. There should be a relatively large-scale change in the next few days. Yes, God. Jing UNG nodded. While maintaining the dimensional vortex, she retreated to the side and focused on communicating with the Void Patrol team leader. What's going on? Hui leaned over, puzzled. Void energy. That's the solidified void energy. The void energy has turned into fragments and is strung together by the void concept fragments and order fragments. Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes. In other words, the world light orb's capacity has suddenly doubled. That half of the capacity is actually filled with void concept fragments, rule fragments, and order fragments. The void energy was only forcefully attracted because they were too dense. The expansion of the capacity should be the result of the rule fragments and order fragments. At first, only fragments were pouring into the world light orb. Since they were not large enough to fill the entire world light orb with 3 types of fragments, they would not be squeezed together if they did not collide, and the phenomenon of the excessive number of fragments changing and weaving into a net would not occur. Hence, the void energy would not have anything to do with it. Referring to the materials we brought back some time ago, you were there at the time and saw their situation. Each world light orb does not carry a lot of fragments, which is why we had to let everyone bring more world light orbs. Yin Nuashing's brows furrowed. Never thought that there would be such a change. What you're saying is that the number of concept fragments, rule fragments, and order fragments in the void turbulence permanent points has increased by a lot. Sui Feng's expression turned pensive as he listened. But what could be the cause? The light in Yin Nuashing's eyes faded slightly. She raised her eyebrows and looked at everyone with a strange expression. From what I've observed, there is only one reason that could cause the change in the void turbulence. His conflicted tone and twisted expression caused everyone to come up with the same answer. Heavenly Destruction God. Probably. Yin Nuashing's expression turned even more subtle. She nodded hesitantly. When the origin energy entered and was melted, there was actually a weak reaction. Well, the destruction energy suddenly reacted a little, even though I could not find any trace of it in the domain filled with void energy. Perhaps what's left isn't energy as a whole, but some large-scale change caused by the destructive energy. It's left behind in the void-level disaster that is the void turbulence, as if it's an unconscious conditioned reflex. Everyone let out a long "oh" after hearing this. So this was the work of the heavenly god of destruction's obsession. It was no wonder. At the end of that era, she had definitely guided the turbulence of the void with the intention of destroying everything. Perhaps this had already become her obsession, and this obsession was still affecting the void to this day. Now, everyone knew about the void turbulence. Simply put, the void turbulence itself was a disaster-level phenomenon that occurred in the void itself. However, when the origin gods still existed, the sins of the world that caused the void turbulence were cleaned up faster in the conceptual level of the rules. Therefore, the mythological era existed for 40 years until the god of destruction personally guided the void turbulence to destroy that era. Their era, on the other hand, had lasted until the 56th era and was already on the verge of collapse. Perhaps it could have lasted longer, or perhaps there were many other reasons. Regardless, The current situation was that the underworld was using various means to deal with them, destroying the order of the void while it was at it. Unintentionally or deliberately, it was causing the void turbulence to run towards destruction. Now, the void turbulence was a little uncontrollable. To put it simply, after the fall of the origin gods, there was no one to protect the void. The void returned to normal, and the accumulated pressure was the level of the sins of the world. As the underworld wreaked havoc, the pressure in the void skyrocketed exponentially. The excessive pressure made it bear a pressure that it should not bear at its age. It was trembling so much that it almost wanted to squash the group of fools in the void to death. More or less. So, what role did the heavenly destruction god's obsession play in this void-level disaster? Nonsense. It was the role of adding fuel to the fire. However, her obsession did not increase the speed at which the void turbulence accumulated pressure, but risked her life to increase the power of the void turbulence. Increasing the power of the void turbulence is still okay. Everyone's expression was a little stupefied after hearing this. As expected of the heavenly destruction god, why did this act of risking her life to increase the power of the void turbulence so much like a certain observer who did not care about anything when he went crazy? She was afraid that she would not be able to crush the chaotic void and that piece of trash on the side of the chaos. However, if she risked her life to increase the power of the void turbulence in such a way, no one in the Order Void would be able to survive. Well, it was definitely a case of mutual destruction, as expected of the origin gods who could find a certain observer. Their personalities were really similar. Brother Lay summed it up. In short, the void turbulence's constant point is undergoing a change of hundreds of millions of dots, and it is ongoing. The precursor of the void turbulence is beginning to crush the void with greater power and in a more violent manner. Is that right? Yinuashing nodded slightly. That seems to be the case based on the current situation. That is also why the world light was stuffed with almost half of the shards. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The shards of order and principles had forcefully expanded the capacity of the world light, causing the other half of the capacity to be filled with shards that had become violent. As he spoke, he pointed at the sea of energy. The fragments of the will of destruction that accumulated the precursor of the void turbulence had now been released and caused the entire sea of energy to boil. If the capacity was not increased, well, I guess that all the world orbs that were brought back now would only have fragments that had been completely destroyed. Siyu suddenly raised her hand, indicating that she was going to be a good student. What is the process of the void turbulence? How does it actually destroy the void? Yin Nuashing was startled. Come to think of it, I don't think we have talked about this before, but I did not observe it myself. The answer is what the Altar Guardian told me. Yin Nuashing coughed softly and cleared his throat. The precursors of void turbulence occur, and the destruction starts from the conceptual layer of rules. First, it is the accumulation of worldly sins, and when it reaches a certain level, that part of the conceptual layer of void turbulence will collapse due to the overload. A small-scale collapse. The conceptual layer of void turbulence can be treated as a suspended bridge made of wooden planks. The constant accumulation of worldly sins will cause the planks to slightly deform and bend, and when the planks can no longer bear it, they will naturally break and collapse. This is what happens in the conceptual layer of void turbulence. Corresponding to the collapse of the conceptual layer of the void, there would be necrosis at the corresponding location. The void there would collapse in an instant, with the concepts of void and nothingness being blown apart. The conceptual shards of the void shattered by the collapse would become the second carrier of the collapse and continue to engulf the collapsed area. If something appears in the collapsed area, the shards would swarm and destroy the target. That is the precursor of the void turbulence. Yes, it is just a precursor, since the void turbulence itself refers to a large-scale collapse of the entire void. It is a supermassive chain reaction that would only last for an instant. And when the time comes, even other conceptual layers of the void that could still withstand the weight of worldly sins would collapse along with it. Still, that would be the last thing to happen. The small collapses that occur before this catastrophic event that encompasses the entire void erupts are merely precursor activities of the void turbulence. It could be considered a warning to the existences in the void, specifically the life forms of order. If the conceptual layer of the void in some places self-repair fast enough, the precursor of the void turbulence would disappear after a period of time. The worldly sins that have been swept into destruction and collapse would have disappeared, and the worldly sins themselves would not be active unless they encountered external forces. Therefore, the repaired places would not trigger the precursor of the void turbulence for the time being. If it does not recover at all, the void would become a resident point, and if the resident point continues to destroy the void for too long, it would also destroy the conceptual layer of the void. What she meant was that the resident point would spread little by little, and as for how long it would take for it to be considered a resident point before it would spread, well, she said that she did not know the specific time and had not observed it for a long time. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment before nodding. Well, that's about it. That's the answer she gave. Hui folded his arms and kept nodding. A few seconds later, he looked up at Maple seriously. What did you just say? Yin Nuashing, ahem, okay, I'll stop joking. Seeing Maple's face suddenly turn dark, Hui laughed bitterly and waved his hand. I haven't studied the details of the void turbulence in depth. It feels a little magical. The worldly sins caused the first collapse. After that, all the power caused by the collapse was unreservedly inherited by the void concept-level fragments, and it continued to destroy. Brother Lay stroked his chin and looked at Brother Maple. Is that what you mean? Well, the subsequent situation is that the void concept-level fragments became the source of continuous destruction. The worldly sins had already completed their task when they collapsed the conceptual layer of the void. If it did not encounter a carrier, they would fall out of the conceptual layer and surge into the void, and they would be swept into the destruction and collapse caused by themselves, and would be quickly cleaned up. If they accidentally encountered an object, they would treat it as a carrier and continue to destroy it, and the precursor of the void turbulence would still occur. That unlucky thing was just crushed by the precursor of the void turbulence, and then possessed by the worldly sins, suffering double destruction. Carrier. Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly as she spoke, but before everyone noticed, she returned to her original state. However, this kind of situation is actually not common. In the place where the precursor of the void turbulence occurs, the worldly sins in a large area of the conceptual layer will be cleaned up as a result. It's like a black hole suddenly opened, and the worldly sins in a considerable area are sucked clean. Unless one is so unlucky as to bump into the place where the precursor of the void turbulence first occurs, there won't be such a thing as being possessed. Yin Nuashing turned around and rolled her eyes at the air. It was really unbearable to talk about the past. At that time, he had purely rushed into the conceptual layer of the rules by himself and was infected with the worldly sins. It was simply suicidal. Chapter 1875. The cause and effect of the void's turbulence was the result of the void's accumulated pressure bit by bit. Small collapses occurred one after another, and no life took it seriously. Ignoring such natural disasters that should have served as a warning, the end result was the entire void ushering in a rapid chain of collapses. What was that saying again? When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake would feel responsible for it. Borrowing that saying was not entirely accurate, but wasn't it very similar? The cause of the void's turbulence was the accumulation of worldly sins, and worldly sins were an inconspicuous product left behind by the birth and activity of countless lives in the void. Many knew of its existence, but no one attempted to link it to the most violent calamity in the void. Therefore, it could be said that the void's turbulence had a causal relationship with all life in the void. That saying was not wrong, and there was absolutely no mistake in it. Then what was wrong with the life that was born in the void? Was existence a mistake? There was no such thing as a mistake. Everyone was just following the rules, being born naturally, moving naturally, growing, experiencing, fighting, falling into chaos, trying to come into contact, and fusing as one. The entire path was just a path that kept moving forward, a path that kept fumbling. There was no clear distinction between right and wrong. Of course, chaos deserved to die, and the fragments of order that joined chaos to destroy the void in turn. Those fragments definitely deserved to die, and there was no way to clear their names. Therefore, looking at the void's macroscopic and macroscopic world, the birth and destruction of billions of lives was not wrong, but the activity of the void itself. Well, even if there was a mistake, it was not something they could judge. Without the right to judge, there was no right or wrong. It was just the void's own activity, just like how life breathed every day. There was no right or wrong in a natural activity. Therefore, putting two things together, one could understand that the void's turbulence was just like the birth and death of countless lives in the entire world of order. It was something that could not be more normal. Therefore, there was no need to talk about right or wrong. It was actually something that could not be more normal. Calmly accept your own birth and the death of your own world. Death was just a journey, and the end would also usher in new life. Let's all meet again in the next journey. However, chaos deserved to die. The fragments of order that stood on chaos' side also deserved to die. There was no room for discussion. The void's turbulence outbreak was its own matter, and even if it was fated to explode, it did not mean that it would allow you to speed up its progress bar. Therefore, the fragments of order that joined chaos must die. Well, that is if they could beat it. Phew. Suddenly talking about the void and the life and death of their own background always left them feeling a little depressed and uneasy. Even if it was still early and there was still a long time before they in all life and the void would experience it, the thought of it made them feel that way. Even if they had already understood and seen through life and death, it was the same. They should have finished talking about the void's turbulence, right? Oh, not yet. What they talked about was actually a digression. While it was the main point, it should have been the main point of science about the nature of the void's turbulence. What they wanted to talk about was why the obsession of the heavenly god of origins would suddenly appear and affect the void's turbulence. And it happened when they were about to mess with the permanent void's turbulence point. Yes, so what is it? Sui Feng and the others were curious after hearing Huey's words, and so turned to Maple. He was the closest person here to the goddess who caused the void's turbulence. You're asking me? Yin Nuashing pointed at himself and rolled his eyes. How would I know why? The remnants of her influence, the remnants of her will to destroy and destroy, are all related to that war back in the day. That war between order and chaos destroyed countless things, destroyed everything in the world of order, and also caused her to lose everything that belonged to her. As she neared her final moments, what kind of mentality would she have in such a situation? I don't need to say more. You all should know that her actions are truly worthy of her name as a god. I can only guess that. The remnant influence of her obsession might have figured out something and caught on to some clues. That is, the current environment of the void of order, which has been destroyed by the underworld to the point that it is in a terrible state. Like that era, her obsession might have sensed a great threat from the chaos, so it popped out to affect the void's turbulence and began to secretly help and strengthen the turbulence. Even if her help would eventually strengthen the turbulence to the point that nothing could survive in both the worlds of order and chaos. Yin Nuashing's face twitched when she said the last sentence. Who are you kidding? The last time the void's turbulence was definitely more explosive, but there were still some things that survived, such as the concept of chaos, the underworld, the shit-stirring stick, damn it. Everyone thought about it for a while and felt that they could not think of anything else, so they could only agree with her. Siyu broke free from her thoughts and suddenly said, I think Little Star is worthy of being the successor of the heavenly god of origins. She is never careless when it comes to creating destruction and destruction. Everyone nodded so hard that after images of their heads could be seen. Yin Nuashing, well, he knew that he could not refute her words based on his action pattern. As the saying goes, if you don't belong to the same family, You don't belong to the same family, right? Him forming a connection with her was not something that happened out of nowhere. Going to the continent of origins was just an opportunity, the most important opportunity. But even without this opportunity, it was still... Forget it, this was not worth discussing. Discussing if maybe, in the face of established facts, was worthless. He could only lie to himself for a few seconds in exchange for a bitter sigh and a complicated feeling. While they were busy discussing the void's turbulence, they were not idle. All the world groups in the spatial rift had been moved into the observer space and hung there. More than half of them had been thrown into the sea of energy below. At this moment, the sea of energy that was originally colorful was now a deep purple. The overwhelming amount of void energy occupied the largest part of the sea of energy, allowing it to snatch the position of manifestation of the origin energy. For a long time to come, this thick and viscous sea of energy would probably be draped over the skin of void energy until the origin energy completely devoured it. Oh, there was still a small part of it here, so it would probably take even longer. It's becoming weird. We looked at the sea of energy that had turned purple and could not help but mutter. There won't be any impact, right? Impact. There will definitely be. Just a massive amount of void concept fragments contained in these world-like clusters will have quite a bit of impact. Yin Washing nodded slightly and said flatly to everyone, however, it will only be a positive impact. You don't have to worry about that. As I said at the beginning, the more void concept fragments, the better. I'm not afraid of having too many. I'm just afraid that it won't be enough. Not enough. Huey's eyes widened. Thousands of world groups have been thrown in, and there are still half of the materials beside them. There are hundreds of millions of world-like clusters containing void concept fragments. Is this not enough? Yin Washing tilted her head and looked at him with a helpless gaze. Didn't I say that I wanted to dig out a piece of the void's permanent point? After hearing that, you still don't understand how many void concept fragments I want? Everyone. All right, this guy wanted an endless supply of concept-level fragments. He wanted nothing more than to empty the void. Could it be that he wanted to create a permanent residence in his own backyard so that he could steadily throw out concept-level fragments? Oh, by the way, UNG, have everyone slow down on collecting the concept fragments. We still don't know how the void turbulence's permanent station will change. So far, it might just be an unobservable change happening internally. What if, like what happened to her the other day, the permanent station would suddenly expand, expanding several times over and crushing her? It would definitely not be dangerous in the past, but now, a certain obsession seems to be causing trouble, and there's no way to guarantee that nothing will happen. Anyway, just have everyone be careful. Of course, if anyone accidentally gets caught in it, have them come back quickly and take a bath to heal themselves. Everyone was speechless. This guy is really unscrupulous. He really doesn't waste a single scrap. It's a very scary feeling, and it's scary just thinking about it. Forget it. They shouldn't try to figure out what this crazy guy is thinking. Let him do it himself, and nothing will happen. But there's no rush. With the amount of materials we have now, it's enough to deal with the core of the new energy tower. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the turbulent sea of energy. Her eyes flashed. This situation seems to be just right. There's no need to wait for it to calm down. I'll start preparing now. By the time he finished speaking and everyone understood what he meant, he was already casting rule, order, energy form. The explosive energy storm smashed into everyone's faces. By the time they realized what was going on, he had already thrown himself into the crazy creation of order. Even if he had a cold and sinister smile on his face, it would have been much better than this 1,000,000% serious expression. This guy has just recovered from a minor collapse. We breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking at the sea of energy that was beginning to become active and increasingly violent, he shook his head helplessly. Since we can't persuade this guy, forget it. See you, Blue Phoenix. Keep an eye on him. If you see him doing something stupid, give us a heads up. Since they couldn't help with the matter at hand, it was better for them to handle the Fort of Origin and wait a few days to see how Maple was doing. Hopefully, they wouldn't run to the Shrine of Origin to visit a certain someone. Still, they didn't expect that the matter would take an unusually long time. Compared to the time taken to deal with the Shrine of Origin and the creation of order, they would visit every 3 or 4 days when they were putting together the Fort of Origin. Now, a dozen days had passed, and there was still no movement from that person. Every time they went, they would see that certain someone was still standing on the sea of energy without changing his posture, fiddling with it until the observer space was overturned. As more world luminous clusters with concept class shards were brought into the observer space and melted into the sea of energy was also rapidly recovering day after day. Although it was still a long way from the heart of 5 eras, it had already regained its colossal scale. Moreover, it wasn't just the degree of recovery. The sea of energy had also become a little incomprehensible. The colorful luster once again became the outer layer of the sea of energy. Although it was still the origin energy, it was untold times more powerful than the one Maple had forged before. There was no telling what he had done with the concept class shards to change the sea of energy into such a state. It's a little similar to the presence of Big Brother AI and the others. Sui Feng whispered, sneaking a touch of the sea of energy in his palm to study it. His expression changed after a moment, and he handed it to Brother Lei before turning to the others. It's true. It's a little close. At least, it's at a level that we can't reach at the moment. It's already at that level. Huey's expression changed when he heard that, but he suddenly felt that he had never been able to figure out the levels and realms of the origin energy between the inheritors. He felt that he was just listening for fun. So how is the origin energy between all of you divided? Well, there's no specific level of division. It's similar to how everyone divides their own energy. The macroscopic division of energy realms is also applicable to origin energy, but the macroscopic comparison is mostly about the difference in energy realms due to the different types of energy grasped by living beings. It's the difference between different types of energy. Personal factors would also affect it, but without enough influence, there's no way to deviate the result. Sui Feng explained, the origin energy of the heirs is directly inherited from the gods. You can see it as a force change of energy source. As for our division of origin energy, we thought for a moment, is it only applicable to the division of energy realms among the heirs? After all, everyone uses the same origin energy. It's just that the degree of mastery is different. Yes, that's right. Sui Feng nodded. Just as I said, the gods directly modified our energy source. The origin energy, which stands at the forefront of the energy realms, grasped control of all energy in an instant. From that moment on, all of our own energy has been tainted with the origin energy's aura. Now, it's just that it's tainted with the aura of the origin energy, but it's just a diluted origin energy. Well, to put it simply, do you still remember the half-realm energy conversion? We said, holding it in for an entire half-realm to turn a bad guy into a good guy. In fact, it's just a reprocessing and a new layer of packaging. Everyone, this guy's mouth was poisonous, and his destructive power was at the level of the void. Silas only made people speechless and made people sigh in admiration. This lass's brain always went off topic. Hui Jun's 2 lips made people want to raise their fists and beat him up. No wonder little brother Feng always wanted to send this dear best friend to the primal chaos void. None of them had forgotten about the half-realm energy conversion. Hui was just joking around, but he definitely wouldn't forget what happened back then. Sui Feng took a deep breath. All right, let's use Hui Jun's disaster-level analogy. After the origin energy is formed in an instant, it wraps itself in a delicate package and labels all energy as the origin energy. This is the first step of strengthening. At this point, the energy has changed once, but in fact, the origin energy is just a white spot on the surface of the black egg. We still have to work hard to expand this white spot. We have to hold it in until we felt awkward. Don't. Just use the normal way to explain it, Sui Feng. I'm almost done. Ahem. Anyway, what comes next is the same as the half-realm. constantly expanding the origin energy source and continuously transforming the energy that only has a faint imprint on it. It's different from the real half-realm cultivation. It's a transformation of lower energy to higher energy. To exaggerate, it's evolution. Our origin energy, on the other hand, well, it's just growing on its own. Its type is fixed. We let out a long O. Then, the classification between the two of you is based on the degree of occupation of the origin. That's right. Brother Lay folded his arms and nodded, his eyes shifting to Brother Maple, who was still busy a little further away. The ascension of origin energy is limited by one's realm, he said softly. Apart from ascending to occupy one's origin, one also has to consider mastery and proficiency. After all, this is a power inherited from the gods, and not an energy that follows one step at a time. It's equivalent to having to familiarize oneself anew, and when that happens, one could already be a celestial god, origin celestial god, or even primeval celestial god. It's equivalent to having to go through the process of familiarizing oneself with one's own energy from the very beginning, and past experience would not be of any help. Regardless of the realm, there are steps that must be taken, or missing one would only destroy oneself. Actually, there are cases where the successors of the gods failed to inherit, and those people, I'm going off topic. The nature of origin energy is so strong that we have to refamiliarize ourselves with it every time there's a further growth in our origin energy. Having 10% of the origin energy source and 20% of the origin energy source are two completely different things, and the difference between 20 and 30% is like heaven and earth. It's also because of this that we need the guidance of the gods at certain times. Without guidance, we have to fumble around by ourselves. I'm afraid it'll take us more than a dozen eras to progress further. It's so troublesome all of a sudden. I can't be envious at all. We said. Maple was right. The things that the origin gods threw down were usually disasters rather than blessings. One might think that it was a blessing from the heavens, but it might actually be a disaster. Even if it was a blessing, whether or not one could bear it was another matter. Don't let a gold ingot fall from the sky and fail to hold on to it, and you'll end up smashing yourself to the ground for the top floor. That would truly be a case of extreme joy begetting sorrow. You'll be reduced to entertainment while others take advantage of it. Given that we're now mid-tier primeval close to high-tier, the transformation of our origin energy is already complete. Swayfeng counted with his fingers and frowned. 70%. Hui boldly gave a number that was full of confidence. In your dreams. I think it's less than 50%. Brother Lay rolled his eyes at him. Hui was speechless. They were close to high-tier primeval, but their transformation of their origin energy was less than 50%. Wouldn't it mean that they had to reach the peak of primeval or close to the peak of primeval in the future? Our second-generation inheritors are usually around 40%. The more accurate part has to be calculated after the decimal point. Swayfeng shrugged and sighed. The road ahead is long, and it's hard to find a trace. What about AI Hongyun and the other first-generation inheritors? Brother AI and the others are close to the peak of primeval, after all. They might already have. Brother Lay interrupted Swayfeng before he could finish his sentence. Aren't they already at the peak of primeval? I'm not sure about the ninth heaven, but they're definitely at the peak, right? Swayfeng nodded. I remember that they were at the peak too. Swayfeng scratched his head in confusion. Why do I remember that they were at the high tier? Well, I must have remembered wrongly. Brother AI and the others' transformation of their origin energy might be 90%. A little more than 90%. Hui was speechless. Damn it. Nothing could be done without reaching the peak. Even at the peak, one could only barely touch the heels of the primeval gods with 90% of the origin energy. There was still a long way to go. Honestly, he couldn't be envious at all. Stay away from the primeval gods and the creations of origin. Stay away from the primeval gods and the creations of origin. Then, what's Feng's level? Little Brother Feng's transformation of the origin. Swayfeng and Big Brother Thunder didn't give an answer immediately. They looked at each other and frowned. It seemed like they couldn't give an answer. Of course, it was also possible that they couldn't give an answer. After all, there were 196 types of origin energy, and most of them were hidden in the origin imprint. Even the heavenly origin, God himself, wouldn't be able to give an answer to this strange phenomenon, let alone them. They looked at each other for a while before they all turned around and gave the same answer in unison. At least 60%. Question mark. Hui was stunned when he heard that. Isn't this higher than you guys? But Feng is only at the peak of the origin energy. Feng's situation can't be judged by common sense. Brother Lei shrugged and smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and threw the ball to Sui Feng. Sui Feng shrugged as well. And this 60% is actually a very strange 60%. 60% of his energy has transformed into the origin energy, but the remaining 40% is also the origin energy. Question mark. Brother Lei. Feng's energy structure is composed of two parts. One is the origin energy, and the other is the origin energy. Let's put it this way. Young man, your destruction energy occupies 60%. Another example is Ice God's ice energy. It also occupies 60%. However, in this 60%, in addition to the 40% destruction energy, there's an additional 20% that exists together with the destruction energy. After all, according to a normal situation, everyone is a bottle. Our bottle is filled with 40% wine and 60% water. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and turned his head. Feng has 196 bottles. 196 bottles were filled with 60% concentrated liquor, while the other 40% was empty. In order to fit the concept of one bottle, all 196 bottles were poured into one big bottle, which was just enough to fill the big bottle. However, everyone's composition was still 60%. Please ignore the volume, otherwise I can't go on. When the origin energy is put together, they won't dilute each other. They will coexist by force. Sigh. This explanation is too troublesome. In short, it's a round pancake. The round pancake is painted with red, blue, and green colors. However, they don't each occupy 1/3 of the pancake. Instead, each color takes up 60% of the pancake. Naturally, the remaining parts will come together. The red, blue, and green colors will blend together. It's the same for the other two colors. When they collide, they will blend together and become another color. So, Feng's origin energy is colorful, while ours is a single color. Because his origin energy is all mixed together, it's hard to separate them. What the F*** are you talking about? Why is it that when you speak, I can only hear a hum when you speak? Am I deaf or are you mute? Everyone face-palmed. Damn, this topic is too difficult. Chapter 1876. The sky is full of unforeseen winds and clouds, and man's fate is uncertain. Well, that may not be right. Let's change it to something else. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a curse in disguise. Yes, that's more appropriate. What he meant was that the blessings and gifts of the origin were definitely not blessings from the heavens. Compared to blessings, the effects of the origin on an individual were closer to a calamity. Furthermore, the origin could also bring disaster to others. Just look at the situation in the cloud continent. Standing by the origin's side was a kind of responsibility. From then on, the origin had to shoulder the weight of the entire order void. For the affected individuals, being chosen by the origin was a blessing, but it was also a calamity. If they couldn't bear the weight of the origin, they would sooner or later be crushed by the weight of the origin, and even their divine soul would shatter. That was why Feng always said that if it was a problem, then it was a problem, and if it was a disaster, then it was a disaster. This time, he completely understood the meaning of this sentence. So, if he didn't go crazy, then he wouldn't become origin. That's pretty much what it meant. Feng had almost turned into a neurotic. His mind was filled with madness. Madness, full strength, full defense, and recklessly charging through the chaos. Other than madness, no other words could describe him. But more than 5 years ago, he still remembered that Feng wasn't like this. At most, he was a little cold, didn't know when to stop fighting, and liked to torture himself. That was it. Ever since he got involved with Origin, he became even more severe. He didn't act like a human at all, and he didn't do anything related to humans at all. Forget it. There was no need to say anymore. Everyone knew what was going on. He didn't believe that the Origin incident didn't play a role in adding fuel to the fire and guiding the fire. Those were the daily complaints when talking about the Origin and Feng. After that, he had to change the topic. Well, actually, it was also because he didn't understand what 40%, 60%, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 196 bottles, flatbread, 3 primary colors, and, I'm gonna faint. Come to think of it, from a certain period of time, Maple seemed to have only used the Origin energy. He had never used any ordinary energy. The Nirvana elements that he used in the past had been mixed into the Origin energy and cooked in a pot of stew. The source of each energy should still be there, but the source might have been hidden in a corner and rarely used. Leaving it behind was more like leaving a memento for himself, leaving behind a journey that contained all the traces of his growth. Perhaps one day when he looked back, he would be able to look back and smile, to see what kind of person he used to be, to see the traces of his journey, to see what regrets he had left behind, and to see what he had lost and what he had gained compared to back then. I digressed again. Sui Feng truly didn't want to talk about this. However, Sui Feng and Brother Lei were talking more and more agitatedly. They kept their voices lower than roaring and talking in the softest voice with the most ferocious expressions because they didn't want to disturb that guy who was burning his brain. If they talked a bit louder and heard a boom, they might be sent into the chaos void. So, have you reached a conclusion? We tried to interrupt them with a stiff face. Sui Feng was sweating profusely. Young Brother Feng has 2 energy structures. Wait a minute. You just talked about it. Aren't we modifying it now? Sui Feng wiped his sweat and said, 2 energy structures. One of them belongs to the 196 types of Origin energy, and the other is the other energy that young Brother Feng brought with him. The former occupies the entire energy body, while the latter is placed somewhere else. For example, in young Brother Feng's energy world. That's not it. That's why I said that there's also Origin energy in those energy worlds. Other than the Origin energy, the energy that he kept is also placed in the energy worlds. It's just that it's separated into 2 places. Aren't we talking about the problem of his energy body now? Brother Lei quickly said, intending to correct the direction of the conversation. Didn't we already talk about that? His entire body and soul are occupied by the Origin imprint. What else is there to talk about? It's already set in stone. Yes, that means that one part is Origin energy and the other part is Origin energy. The energy that's left outside doesn't participate in the construction of his energy body. Then what are we talking about? We couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't it about the 196 bottles? Everyone responded with an "oh," and then gathered together to discuss. We couldn't help but slap his forehead, and the word headache was written all over his face. No. Speaking of which, this isn't the topic we were going to discuss at the beginning, right? The inheritors were shocked. They scratched their cheeks and said in unison, what were we talking about at the beginning? We pointed at the sea of energy below. Didn't we say that the aura of this sea of energy is a little similar to that person's? It's a little similar to AI Hong Yun's aura. God knows how we digressed all the way here. The few of them nodded, and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was all because of the discussion about this phenomenon that they went off topic. After all, it was about the origin of this phenomenon. As the participants, they couldn't figure it out themselves. It was very normal for them to go off topic when they were excited. Well, it was quite normal. Let's put the bottles aside first. We can't explain it clearly anyway. Brother Lei spread his hands and burned the tens of thousands of pieces of draft paper that they had written down. Anyway, Brother Feng's control of origin energy has reached 60%, which is higher than ours. It's probably because of the limitation of his realm that he can only reach 60% at the moment. Huey's heart skipped a beat. Although it was impossible, he really couldn't help but want to say it. What if Feng enters the realm of Yuan Shi? If that's the case, based on our standards, and considering Brother Feng's abnormality and uniqueness, if he can smoothly cross this threshold and enter the realm of Yuan Shi, his transformation of origin energy may reach. Brother Lei counted with his fingers for a while. At least 80%, at most 90%. Hui was speechless. It was both unexpected and reasonable. Maple's ascension into the primeval realm was one of the conditions to declare the end of the war. However, he was only making an objective judgment. He knew the result, but did not know the reason behind it. Now he understood. With 196 kinds of origin energy directly raised to such a level, it would definitely crush the underworld and the void into a piece of scrap metal. It should be possible. Since AI Hongyin's mastery of origin energy had reached 90% when he was at the pinnacle of Yuan Shi, it could fight the chaos concept body head-on. Feng should be able to reach the same level with 196 types of origin energy, even at 80%. TSK, what were they thinking about? They kept thinking about such unrealistic topics. After Feng was judged unable to enter the realm of Yuan Shi by the origin heavenly god, they no longer had such extravagant hopes. This topic, it was better not to talk about it. This was not Feng's problem in the first place, but the problem of the entire Order Void. They shouldn't have thought about relying on him to solve something. TSK. Right now, little brother Feng's conversion of origin has reached 60%. That's not bad at first, but this sea of energy, perhaps it's because too many void concept fragments have been fused into it, causing the origin energy, which has always been in harmony with each other, to be pulled to another level by the excessively large amount of void concept fragments. Right now, the origin energy in this sea of energy should indeed have an aura of 80 or 90% conversion. We knocked his head. That's possible. How would I know? I'm just forcing myself to explain. I don't know much about the void concept shard, nor do I know much about Brother Maple's fused origin energy, nor do I know what would happen if the fused origin energy and the void concept shard were fused together. Either way, the truth is that this origin energy surpasses us. Yes, surpasses us. If you want to know more, I'm sorry for bothering you, but I'll take my leave. I'm just a second-generation inheritor, a mid-tier primeval who could barely convert origin energy to 40%. I'm really sorry for being trash. I'm sorry. Sui Feng and the others face-palmed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meeting Brother Feng was too much of a blow. Even if they knew that he was being tormented by the origin heavenly god, it was still too much of a blow. Hui was speechless. Feng was so special that even the inheritors of origin could not understand him. Forget it. It was better not to discuss these strange topics. He should go and see how Maple was doing. If he continued to discuss these strange things with them, he would feel strange. He was not an inheritor, so he only needed to know a little bit of information. There was no need for him to know everything in detail. Feng, how are things on your side? Yin Nuoxing lifted the posture that he had maintained for more than 10 days. He turned his head to look at Hui and Sui Feng and the others who were walking over. He said softly, the core structure of the new energy tower has actually been completed. Everyone. Huh? Hui was dumbfounded. It's done? When did that happen? When? A few hours ago, about half an hour before you came to inspect. Yin Nuoxing pointed at her back. Didn't you notice that I've even lifted my rule? Order, energy form? I really didn't notice. Hui turned his head awkwardly and looked at Sui Feng and the others. When they came in, they felt that something was wrong with the sea of energy. After all, Feng had been maintaining the same posture for the past few days, and it was still the same now. They did not pay much attention to it. Now that they looked at it again, even the sea of energy was not as noisy as before. They were really blind. But why is there no explosion at all? Why is there no movement at all? We couldn't help but ask. He almost asked why there wasn't an explosion. According to what he knew in the past, Maple's work was bound to cause an explosion. This time, he completed it all of a sudden without any other movement. He was a little unaccustomed to it. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. She knew that this guy was going to say something sarcastic. Do you want some heavenly vision, sun and moon shining together, or something? This is the void, not some specific world. What's so interesting about those phenomena that are purely for show? Do you think it's fun? Hui laughed dryly. He was just not used to the lack of a big scene and explosion. By the way, Yin Nuashing turned to look at Sui Feng and the others. My situation is different from yours because you guys directly obtained part of the origin energy from them and transformed it into your origin energy. I'm different. I directly obtained the origin energy from the origin energy and was almost stuffed to death. My transformation and mastery of the origin energy are more focused on mastery. They forcefully completed the transformation. The reason why I'm stuck at this level is because I'm stuck in my realm. Everyone, you heard that? Nonsense. How can I not hear you when you're talking so loudly? Plus, this is my space. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Seeing that everyone was speechless, she waved her hand and focused on the sea of energy in front of her. The sea of energy that appeared rather calm suddenly began to churn. Circles of ripples spread from a single point on the surface of the sea, and soon, the surface of the sea collapsed into a massive energy vortex. Amidst the sound of crashing waves that resounded across the world, an object that flickered with dazzling radiance surfaced from the bottom of the vortex. Everyone's eyes widened as they prepared to welcome the core of the new generation of energy towers. It was one of the most important cornerstones of the future Void frontlines. The new core emerged from the vortex. Its shape was a ball, but this thing only looked like a ball from the outside. Its body was a blurry sphere made up of 1 or 200 spheres tightly pieced together. This made the surface of the sphere look bumpy. Siyu whispered, "It looks like a tumor." Everyone, this girl's words were indeed destructive. We forced himself to ignore Siyu's words and hurriedly changed the topic. This time, we're really constructing the core. In the past, the core of the energy tower was just a bunch of structural roots for convenience. Won't it affect the logistics side if we switch to using the core now? There were actually 2 types of structural cores. One was a core that had taken form, such as the one before them that had a distinct body as the core, while the other was a structural root. Well, it was the thing that Joshua had taken apart the core of the Temple of Origins and pulled out the Lass's skull. The thing inside was the structural root, a structural core that was brimming with structural principles and had a vague boundary, but no concrete container. In other words, that was the structural root. To compare the two, the structural root was easier to adjust and change. The form core basically felt that it could no longer find a way forward, so it was determined to be adjusted and strengthened in other aspects. That's right, it was the shell. The shell's influence on the structural core was no less than the structural root. Just look at how many things Maple had added to the shell of the structural core in the Temple of Origin. After thinking about it for a long time, I still can't think of a particularly good solution. This is giving me a headache. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard that. Huey's forehead was already sweating, and he was ready to open the floodgates. Can you take the completed thing out and take a look? Oh, wait a minute. Yin Nuashing nodded and took some effort to take out another ball from the sea of energy and put in front of them. Everyone went from looking at the embryo in front of them to looking up at the thing in front of them. Sweat was flowing down the back of their heads. The core of the new energy tower was just an embryo. It was only a little more than a meter in size and did not look very smooth. It was uneven and a little weird. However, the appearance of the core was not surprising. But when an observer brought out the core that had been changed and was no longer an embryo, they were still shocked even though they were mentally prepared. It was a perfectly round energy ball with a diameter of 10 meters. How did it grow from a diameter of 1 meter to a diameter of 10 meters, layer by layer? No wonder this guy, said that the size of the new energy tower could not be pressed down. He was probably creating the core of the new energy tower. If this thing was a little bigger, it would be as big as the core of the Staff of Origin. Was this guy addicted to pinching the ball and had a conditioned reflex? He subconsciously pinched the ball a little bigger when he saw it. Huey's feet were sweating. How did you turn a 1-meter ball into such a big lump? What did you do to it? Yin Nuashing crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. It's nothing much. I just maxed out its defense and attack. Just look at that embryo and you'll know. Try it yourself. It's changeable and modifiable. Because it has a lot of room for modification. It ended up like this when I wasn't careful. Hee hee. Hee hee, you idiot. Hee hee. Everyone cursed. Either way, although there was something wrong here and there, it was best to check it out first. The core of the new energy tower was definitely made with the origin energy and origin precepts of the Legacy of Origins as its core. The conceptual fragment, well, it appears to be a stable connection and mosaic. It was probably inspired by an observer who brought back new void concept fragments that drew in void energy. The massive amount of void concept fragments filled the entire core with origin precepts, and with the powerful energy cohesion, it also possessed great structural strength. The origin energy and origin precepts used were also from the Legacy of Origins, and its structural strength could be compared to the core of the Holy Temple of Origins. It was no wonder he said that it was malleable. It could be molded into a powerful weapon that could easily pierce the void. Even if nothing else was done and the embryo was molded, it was still thousands of times more powerful than the original energy tower or the original special origin energy tower. However, one energy tower alone was far from enough to deal with a high-tier premier. After touching it for a while, we coughed dryly and patted the 10-meter sphere. I think this could be a first-tier energy tower, which is the special energy tower. However, if the energy tower occupies too much space, the realm of order would have to be readjusted. Phone, you said it's too big. How big is this tower? Yin Nuashing pointed upwards and gestured. It's about 30,000 feet tall and occupies several hundred feet. Everyone was speechless. 30,000 feet with a circle of several hundred feet. That's AF * King Pillar. In the current frontline arrangements, energy towers that were 1,000 feet tall were the limit, and the ones below were around 10 feet tall. How could they make it so tall? Did they think that the realm of order wasn't big enough and wanted to expand it? Anyway, the tower itself is a pillar, isn't it? Yin Nuashing shrugged. I really didn't expect it to be so tall, but it can't be adjusted or shrunk. Still, it can be enlarged and increased its attack power. Everyone was speechless. In other words, it was still the basic standard and not to the point of insanity. If they were to continue adjusting it, would they have to throw out an energy tower that was 10,000 feet tall? Somehow, as soon as they thought of that, a scene appeared in their minds. Rows of energy towers that were 10,000 feet tall were arranged horizontally in front of the realm of order like a wall. Chapter 1877. Sometimes I don't know if I'm possessed or if I'm possessed, but whenever I see a ball, I want to make it bigger, and whenever I see a creation of order, I want to pull out its core structure and strengthen it layer by layer like a Matryoshka doll. Yep, I'm indeed possessed. Now that the void front lines are being replaced, I'm even more possessed. They were mentally prepared for the birth of the new energy tower. They had thought that it would be a new creation that was far different from the old energy tower. Moreover, it would be very new in every aspect, and the only possibility was that it had to retain its original function. Apart from that, they probably did not know anything about it beforehand. Yes, that was their psychological expectation. The size of the creation of order had to be strictly in line with the identity of the 8 elements realm. If it was too big, it would not be considered a creation of the 8 elements realm. Even if they had to go through the trouble of having to use teleportation to change the energy core of the energy tower, they had to make it big. It had to be big. From that aspect, the new energy tower was completely in line with the standard. Yes, it had even exceeded their expectations. They did not expect that a certain observer would build the new energy tower into a pillar. If the number was just a little smaller, they could follow their conscience and say that it was a tower, and there would be no problem. But this, over the surface of the energy sea, was a tower that towered like a pillar to the heavens. Its base was a three-tiered disc with a green-blue base and a white surface. The top of the tower was also pure white, but there were colorful origin runes and origin marks carved into the white, winding from the base to the top of the tower, depicting a series of obscure images. The different origin runes were indeed a picture, and they had seen similar traces from the gods, but to ask them to explain it, well, it was a little difficult. The top of the tower did not change much. It was still a crater shaped from crystallized origin energy. Beneath the crater was the inside of the volcano, which was drowned by colorful origin energy, origin rules, origin runes, and origin marks. It was like a vent through which the rules and power carved into the entire energy tower would vent their might. At the moment, the crater at the top of the tower was still empty. Without an energy core, the new energy tower naturally had to be equipped with a new energy core. Using the old one, even if it was made from the observer's own origin energy, would not be sturdy enough and would probably be declared useless after 2 shots. Therefore, the thing had to be rebuilt. Well, if it was just an energy core, it would not be as complicated to make as an entire energy tower. They were not worried about that at all, since there were countless materials beneath their feet, enough for someone to mess around with. Covering my conscience and saying that this thing is a tower really hurts my heart. Jingyun could not help muttering. Hui tilted his head and glanced at Sui Xiao. What a guy. His palm was pressed on the right side of his chest. His heart had either grown crooked or he was going against his conscience. Either way, he felt that this thing was indeed, it was indeed 100 million points away from a tower. They were all used to using energy towers that were 1,000 feet tall, but now, the heavenly pillar was at least 10,000 feet tall, but after Maple's effort, it became 10,000 feet tall. The base was also more than 10,000 feet wide. It was a spacious place reserved for the volcanic crater. Ordinary energy crystals would not be able to hold it. He was referring to the size. Judging from the size of the energy ring, it would probably take an energy crystal with a diameter of about 10,000 feet to fit in the stronghold. Why don't we just let Maple send an energy amalgamation in? Forcefully raise its level? If you dare to say it out loud, little brother Maple will do it for you. Do you believe me? Suifeng's face twitched as he listened to Huey's nagging. When the time comes, the void would be filled with energy amalgamations of various sizes. When the order goes out on an expedition, it would look like dragging a galaxy with it. I'm sure little brother Maple would be overjoyed at that scene. No, I think even if I don't say it, Maple would have thought of it himself. The energy tower and the energy crystal are 2 in 1. There's no way he wouldn't have thought of it. And let me make a bold guess. Look at this sea of energy. The way the energy is surging, I'm willing to bet an abyssal death mist rift that he's messing around with new energy crystals. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was very possible. Given how crazy that guy was, how could he let go of an opportunity to maximize his attack power? The adjustments are complete. The overall situation is fine, and it's not much different from what I imagined. Yin Nuashing landed while everyone was speechless and dumbfounded. She looked up at the energy tower in front of her, ignoring everyone's weird expressions as she muttered to herself, "It's just that it's a little bigger. As long as the power of order and order is increased, its volume would be pushed by the increased energy. After all, it needs a larger volume to inscribe more rules and store more energy, so it's understandable that it would become this big." Everyone rolled their eyes. Understandable, my asterisk shoal. Admit it, you're crazy. All you care about is maximizing your attack power, and you don't even think about other aspects. Hui pointed at the sea of energy below. Are you making a new energy core? Oh, yes. A new energy tower has to be matched with a new energy core, right? Yin Nuashing nodded matter-of-factly. Everyone. Well, it's only natural, reasonable, and unsurprising. What level of the energy tower is this? Hui wiped the sweat off his forehead and thought of a certain possibility. He sweated even faster. It can't be the most standard level, right? To erect a row of walls in the realm of order? Of course not. Compared to the original energy tower, this standard should only be the second level. Of course, it's only a relative level. It's much stronger than the original second level. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Only the second level? I think that the second level is already a little... Yun Nuoxing glanced at Hui, sighed softly, and shook her head. She looked at the pillar in front of her and sighed again. Spending so much effort to achieve this result should only be considered worthy of the effort. It's not beyond my expectations. It can't be helped. This is also to take care of the other warriors of order. There's no way to stretch them to the limit. According to my own expectations, this should be the third level of the energy tower. Yin Oshing let out a long sigh as he clasped his hands behind his back and murmured, "Power, power, power. It's still not enough. This level is still not enough. If this is the second-tier energy tower, then even if the first-tier energy tower is 1,000 times stronger than this, or even 10,000 times stronger, it's still not enough. It's not just a simple lack of power. It's also a lack of uniqueness. The further you go into the primeval realm, the greater the difference between each realm. Starting from the rebirth realm, the strengthening of each realm is calculated by multiples. The higher you go, the greater the multiples, not to mention the primeval realm. You should know this better than I do. The difference between the realms requires hard power and sufficient uniqueness to make up for it. And uniqueness. This is already the limit of what I can do. A pseudo-origin creation that is comparable to an origin relic is already the most advanced creation of order that can be created and used by beings of order. But it's still not enough, far from enough. Everyone was silent. This was not a fear of insufficient firepower. This was indeed insufficient firepower. Looking at the entire front line of the void, there was not a single advanced premier. Even if they were close to the advanced premier in power, how much power and how many energy towers would be needed to threaten an advanced premier? As for the 30 small realms of the advanced premier, how much power would be needed to make up for the gap between each realm? This was actually a string of astronomical numbers. They did not forget that once, they had gathered 2/3 of the power of the entire front line of the void and all of Yin Nuoxing's power to kill 3 advanced premier of the underworld. One of them even ran away and slowly died. Later on, 20 advanced premier of the underworld came together and swarmed the front line of the void. In the end, they had to rely on Yun Nuoxing and her many backup plans to forcefully turn the situation into a draw. At that time, if the underworld had thrown in one more advanced premier, the battle would have been settled. They did not think that the underworld could not throw in one more advanced premier. The reason why they did not was that they were still busy at the rear. At that time, they could not guarantee that all 20 advanced premier would be killed, although each death was a great loss to them. But it was far from enough. The only lucky thing for the Order of the Void was that they still had the power of the Origin left. This part of the power of the Origin allowed them to close the gap between them and the underworld. It also caused the underworld to have concerns that went beyond reality. Therefore, they did not dare to risk their lives against the front line of the void. Even if they were determined to lose and were about to fight with all their power, they still had to sharpen their weapons first. If they did not win, they would die. Why don't we dismantle the Staff of Origin and study it? Maybe we can get a further upgrade. Even if there is no way to mass produce the Staff of Origin, if we can get some inspiration and continue to strengthen the energy tower, we may be able to create a level 1 energy tower that is more powerful than I expected. Yin Nuoxing slapped her palm. She had a good idea. Everyone was speechless. While they were lamenting in their souls and trying to come up with a solution, Yin Nuoxing had already taken another huge step towards not wanting to be a god. It was a good idea, but it sounded very dangerous. The Staff of Origin was not something that could be dismantled at will. Wouldn't it be worse if it could not be put back together? Energy towers were divided into 3 levels, and a new energy tower naturally had to be divided into 3 levels as well. Of course, if there were special requirements, it was not impossible to divide it into 4 or 5 levels. There was no rigid requirement that it had to be 3 levels, and the separation of levels was only to allow the Order warriors to fully utilize their power. Even if the new energy tower could now adjust its energy according to its own level, there was still a certain gap between different levels of energy towers. Otherwise, it would not have been divided into levels. Level 3 energy towers were the most basic of the basics. The first to be used would definitely be of the highest quality, and all Order warriors would be able to use them. The second level would be the stronger energy towers used by the first, second, third, and fifth echelons of the respective nodes. Their functions had already been explained before. The energy towers of this level didn't need to be especially powerful, as the number of people using them would be less than half of the number of people using the energy towers of the third level. As for the first level energy tower, it was the most unique type, and was used to deal with the most unique situations. Currently, the Staff of Origin hadn't been built yet, so it would be easier to understand it by placing the Staff of Origin on it. In reality, the Staff of Origin's level was higher than the first level, and currently, there wasn't a good place for it to be placed. Even if the energy source had been dealt with beforehand, there wouldn't be a chance for it to display itself in normal battles. Swayphone wiped his sweat. The Sanctum of Creation has no way to replicate the Staff of Origin. Let's not do something too dangerous, shall we? Yin Nuoxing pinched his fingers and frowned. Everyone could see from his facial expression and body that he was thinking and struggling very seriously, and that made their hearts skip a beat. This was not an expression of yes and no, but usually when he showed this expression, he was thinking about how to prevent accidents from happening if the Staff of Origin is dismantled, and what can be gained from it. Yes, he was definitely thinking about such a situation. They had definitely figured out that the observer did not know how to give up, and he would definitely not be the first to consider giving up. 10 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms and looked at everyone who was sweating profusely. He nodded and said something that made everyone sweat profusely. I think there's a need to try, and it has the corresponding value. Here, they knew it. This guy was so crazy that he was considering dismantling the Staff of Origin. Next time, he might dismantle the Fortress of Origin that was put back together. And then the next time, he might destroy the world core of the world of Origin. But, to be honest, they also felt that it was actually very valuable. Well, that was undeniable. The Relic of Origin was a treasure left behind by the gods of Origin to the world of Order. Normally, people who were in awe and reverence would definitely hold the Relic of Origin, either worshipping it or using it carefully, like rolling around the battlefield and washing it tens of thousands of times after leaving the battlefield. To be honest, this kind of reverence was enough, but too much reverence. This kind of devotion could not prove anything to anyone, and could not be exchanged for anything. In the words of this young man, the gods of Origin have already gone through the reincarnation cycle. The heavenly gods of Origin have already entered the path of reincarnation. Even their remnant shadows can't directly affect the void. It's meaningless to still hold on to their reverence and worship, not daring to move forward and being inflexible. When the enemy comes knocking on your door, your faith will never be able to save you. That's why I don't have faith, and I don't need faith. I have my own spiritual pillar. Even if my spiritual pillar becomes someone else one day, it won't be a specific someone else that can be easily affected by anything or anyone. That's a pillar that belongs only to me, and it's enough to support me through this path of destruction. That was the gist of it. Back to the original topic. The Relic of Origins, from its structure to the energy and rules it contained, was a priceless treasure to them in the realm of order. Every inch of it was a treasure trove, and if used well, the power of the realm of order would usher in a qualitative leap. Now, that was the reality. By using the power of the Relic of Origins, the front line of the void had begun to change qualitatively, and the only thing they were thinking about now was whether they could strengthen it further. Other things aside, if the energy towers were controlled by Yun Nuoxing at the final juncture, and gathered all power in the front line for a final blow. The level 3 energy towers that were the cornerstone and the level 2 energy towers that were converted into cornerstones would turn into energy sources and gather all energy in the process. Naturally, the more powerful the two were, the better. All of that would affect the power of the final blow, and sometimes success or failure depended on that one blow. They were talking about the matter of the Lord of the Underworld. If they could not get rid of the Lord of the Underworld, everything would more or less be in vain. However, if they wanted the power of the attack to reach the pinnacle of the primeval level, the Staff of Origin alone might not be enough even with all of their power. It might not even be possible to use its power to its limit. Seeing that everyone was sweating and silent, Yin Nuashing scratched her cheeks and said softly, "I admit that I'm taking a gamble, but this matter. Phew, this is a time when we really need to fight with this backup force. If I could, I would not use such a dangerous idea to touch the Relic of Origins. We know ourselves well enough that our level is not enough and our authority is not enough. Forcing it is just a gamble." "That's right, but since you've made such a choice, there should be... What's the result you're measuring?" Brother Lay asked as he took a shower with sweat and tried to keep his voice from trembling. "Maximizing the power of the Staff of Origin. When it can unleash its greatest power, it should be when its power is doubled. It's obvious that we can't do that. As for the remaining result, as mentioned before, we can't use 100% of its power no matter what." Yin Nuashing waved her hand and said carefully, "So, if the Staff of Origin could strengthen order from another direction, strengthen the power of the energy tower that changes as a result could also unleash a power equal to the Staff of Origin if the amount is enough, or even exceed the full power of the Staff of Origin. This is the result I got after testing it and comparing it with the current energy tower. For us, studying how to unleash the maximum power of the Staff of Origin is far simpler than adjusting and strengthening the energy tower. After all, that is the difference in level and authority. We are not the Empyrean gods of Origin and cannot use their weapons smoothly." It was a very realistic topic, and because it was so realistic, everyone did not know how to answer for a moment. Theoretically speaking, this direction of advancement was actually quite tempting, but the main point was that it was simple, relatively simple. Of course, as the weapon of the Empyrean gods of Origin, the Staff of Origin is definitely the most powerful force in our hands. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I would not destroy it for the purpose of destruction. Yin Nuashing said after some thought, when she saw that everyone was still at a loss for words. Moreover, if we take out its core and take a look, we might be able to get a feel for the direction of advancement related to itself. For example, we might be able to find a way to unleash its power to its limit. Yin Nuashing wanted to say something, but Brother Lei quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly at her. "Actually, you don't have to try to convince us or anything. We don't know as much as you do about the origin and the gods. You just have to say a word, and we can only watch from the sidelines about the Relic of Origin. No. Don't say that." Hearing that, Yin Nuashing shook his head vigorously. "You have followed them, so you know more than me. From his point of view, my decision is only the second priority. Most of the questions and things that I have raised are just my own whimsical ideas. I think so, but the reality may not really follow my ideas. So, your suggestions are very necessary. If I can convince you, it means that, in your opinion, it is actually somewhat feasible. I need you to agree that the benefits of this matter outweigh the disadvantages. Then I will let go of the action. This is a matter that concerns the entire Order Void. Regardless of what we are doing here, the hidden bottom and surface will never change. My personal targeted actions are exceedingly powerful. Even if I had thought countless times that I would not have to worry about anything if I alone could solve it, the reality is that it is merely wishful thinking amidst the wildest fantasies. Since that is the case, since it is not something I can handle alone, your opinions are very important." Everyone scratched their heads and looked away. Suifeng waved his hand embarrassedly and said, "Aya, that's too mushy. Say more. I'm very confident." That is the truth, and I can't say more than that. Yin Nuashing shrugged and continued. So, based on your opinion, what is the probability of success? Sui Feng, Brother Thunder, and the others looked at each other and exchanged glances, although they already had an idea. Finally, they handed the announcement to Sui Feng. She looked up at Yin Nuashing with her starry blue eyes and said softly, 60%. That's a very high success rate. Yin Nuashing nodded. Of all the terrible things he had encountered, a 60% success rate was enough to make one laugh in their dreams. Well, then there's no time to lose. Let's begin now. Yin Nuashing turned and waved his hand, causing the sea of energy to surge abruptly. He pressed his long hair that was being blown by the gale. Are you going to start now? Aren't you going to rest after making a new energy tower? Of course not. Yin Nuashing shook his head. In order to deal with the Staff of Origin, I need more energy than when dealing with the Shrine of Origin. Even though the Sea of Energy has undergone 2 qualitative changes, it still doesn't have enough energy for me to squander. I have to prepare the Sea of Energy and create a new energy core. The Level 3 and Level 2 energy towers are ready. Let the logistics people create a part for the warriors on the front line to practice with the old energy cores. The new energy cores will take a day or 2. Also, they need some time to adapt to the new energy towers. As for the Level 1 energy towers, Yin Nuashing lowered his head and played with his bangs. Let's wait for 700 years. We can't rush it now. 700 years? Hui scratched his head. Why 700 years? Everyone was about to start thinking about what 700 years meant when Feng Qing Huang suddenly understood. 700 years is the time when the first batch of Shrine of Origin with the ability to create the energy source. Everyone was enlightened. They needed to use the energy source to replenish the Sea of Energy. Now, the Sea of Energy could not afford to mess with the Shrine of Origin again. Siyu suddenly clapped his hands. Little Star, don't you still have more than 100 new creations? Can that be used to create the energy source? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a long time. Yes, that can be used too. Without the outer shell of the Shrine of Origin, all the functions of the new creations will be used to create the order creations. Its single function is already more advanced than the creation sanctum. It will even be faster than the Shrine of Origin, which was originally used to create the energy source. Wait a minute, did I make some extra things? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They quickly made a list in their minds. It took 1,000 years for the creation sanctum to create an energy source, 700 years for the dedicated Shrine of Origin to create the energy source, and 1,100 years for the new Shrine of Origin to be used in the frontline battle. Now, the time it took for the new creations to create an energy source would be faster than the previous 3. Hui pressed his hand to his forehead and said, Well, Feng, you've built the second thing for nothing. Yin Nuashing frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head. No, it's not that bad. After all, there are only 100 or so new creations. It should take 500 years to create one energy source, but dedicated temples of origin can be created continuously from the creation sanctum or even new creations. One is fast in a single batch, and the other is fast in a single batch, right? The difference of 200 years can be made up with a magnitude. There's no such thing as a waste of time. The first batch of energy sources that are produced the fastest can be considered as a race against time. Everyone, yes, this time was calculated perfectly. It's decided. Let's make a few thousand dedicated Shrine of Origin first. It shouldn't take long before we can mass produce the energy source. I must replace the energy cores of all the Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 energy towers with this energy source during the final battle. I must blow up the foundation of the Underworld Gate with one shot, and use tens of millions of energy towers and energy sources to bombard the Lord of the Underworld in the final battle. One shot every 5 minutes, and one shot every 5 minutes. If that doesn't work, we will gather the power of all the lives in the Void frontline and pile up a tower. I don't believe that the origin energy can't drown that pink intestine. Everyone, she was about to become inhumane. Everyone clasped their hands together with a pious expression. I hope the lore of the underworld is okay. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.